Unbelievable.
Yep. That was a tough one.
So we play a golf game called 2+. It's a net game. Best 2 out of 4, but if you have more net birdies, you can take them. Usually somewhere between 7 and 9 under will win. We were 12 on the front and 15 on the back yesterday.
Whoa.
I've never seen a 15.
Wow.
'18 handicap goes and shoots like an 82
That'll play.
with a birdie.
Right.
It was pretty funny, too, because he stepped up to, like, we're the JV group. This is the first time he moved up out of the bad group to play with us again. And he just played out of his tree. That was fun to watch.
Morning, Tim.
Morning, Tim. What a shot is right.
Izzo was funny afterwards. It was a lucky shot, but we deserved it. We deserved to win this game. And Andy Katz goes, "What makes you say that?" And he goes, "Did you watch the game?"
I watched most of the first half, and I can tell you this, it was bad basketball.
He said we were up 9. We were controlling the game. He said we made some mistakes late.
It was 23-21 at the half, David.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Combined, the teams were 8 of 35 from 3. Maryland shot 31%. Sparty shot 34%. That's bad basketball, kids. Not great defense. It's bad basketball. It's why they're not going to win a title. Can't play games. Can't play clunkers like that in the tournament. How about the Pistons?
How about them?
I know there was no Brown last night, but still. Man. If I didn't have gymnastics, I'd be driving across the alley tonight.
Well, you don't have gymnastics.
Yeah, you're right. I don't. But I'm responsible for dropping off and picking up. Wife has a play to go to tonight. She and my mother have Barbara B. Mann season tickets, and they usually go on Sunday.
Right.
But we have a gymnastics meet in Lauderdale on Sunday.
Of course.
So they were able to exchange their tickets and go tonight.
Wow. Isn't that lovely?
It really is. Actually, they do. That Barbara B. Mann with the shows they get, they do a pretty damn good job.
By the way, Connor McDavid is minus 12 in his last 5 games. Minus 12. He has 1 point 5 on 5 in his last 5 games for Edmonton.
It's not very good.
No, as a matter of fact, it's not.
Not for the guy who is supposed to be the best player in the world.
He's having a horrible year. He's only going to score about 110 points. Morning, everybody. Man, we got a lot going on in the sports world.
I know Elvis Costello is, Tim, in April. But if you went ZZ Top, I may be assuming something, but when you go ZZ Top, I'm not assuming you're an Elvis Costello fan. But, I could be wrong.
Tim, she's got legs, and she knows how to use them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Thursday of February. Hope your month went well. Hope your week is going well. Thanks for being with us. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. How you doing on this Thursday morning, Mark?
I'm doing great. I've had a busy week, but it's been a productive week. It's been a good week. Actually got to play a little golf yesterday. So, no, spirits are high. Getting ready for, a big weekend of children's gymnastics on Sunday, David. I get to trek across the alley to watch the final meet for like a month for my daughter. It's been pretty hectic the last few weeks.
Well, good. I'm glad she's getting it out of the way. All right. We got a busy period coming up. Okay. We've got 3 weeks. Today's the madness. 4 weeks. Today's Major League Baseball getting underway. 6 weeks. Today's the Masters starting. Okay. Tell her to get this extracurricular stuff out of the way. All right. We've got stuff to do. Okay. We've given her 3 weeks since the end of football season? That's it. All right. We're coming up on March. And then, you know what that means. Yeah.
Madness, baby. David, you and I have talked many times on air, and I don't think people believe us when we say we don't really have much of a life. And I have more of one than you simply because I'm driving my daughter to all these places. You did all this.
Right.
15, 16, 17 years ago.
Correct.
You've had your fill. Now you're a couple of years away from having to run the granddaughter to all these places and pick up. Oh yeah.
Not me.
Uh-huh.
Not me. That's what a grandma's for.
Yeah, well, my $20 says grandpa's going to be in the mix on this one.
I hope not.
But I'm so excited for tonight. And this is where it proves that I have no life. Because my wife and my mother have season tickets to the theater here. And they have the package that they go on Sundays. Well, Sunday.
To the theater.
I love Broadway.
Not like I love Broadway.
And so their tickets are on Sunday. These shows usually come in Thursday to Sunday, Wednesday to Sunday, whatever the hell it is. And their tickets are for the Sunday matinee. Well, this Sunday, we're going to be on the other coast for a gymnastics meet. My wife really wanted to see this particular play. My wife and mother were lucky enough to exchange their tickets that they have for 2 seats for tonight.
Okay.
And I realized, and I was like, okay, so the wife's going to be gone tonight. Great. When I looked and saw the Red Wings were playing the Blue Jackets, do you know how excited I got that no one's going to be in the house at all and I can just sit there and watch the damn game?
Today's sign that you might be a goober. I'm geeked up for Red Wings and Blue Jackets. In February, hello.
No. Blue Jackets at Red Wings.
Oh.
It's a home game. This is the home and home before the Stadium Series.
Right. They're playing at the Shoe, aren't they?
They're playing at the Shoe on Saturday.
Apparently, they're going to have like 90,000 there. They're geeked up for it. They've never hosted one of these outdoor games before. So, and I'm told, because I did listen to a little NHL Network radio yesterday, I'm told, right. Okay, we're geeking it up early today, folks. Early. I'm told it's going to be really good hockey weather over the weekend for the outdoor thing. That's important. You don't want it too warm. You want to have a good sheet of ice.
So we've got that. So I'm geeked out for a Thursday night Blue Jackets Red Wings game because no one's going to be in the house. That's the sign that you no longer have a life.
Yeah, that's up there. I mean, that really is. Whoo, yeah. I mean,
10 years ago, that Thursday green light would have been going out to the bar, having a few drinks.
sure. Starting the weekend early.
Right.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What a loser.
Not a loser. You've just evolved. That's all. Not Blue Jackets. That's the other thing too. But it's a key game. They're the two wild cards right now, aren't they? In the East,
Yes.
Detroit and Columbus.
Yes.
Yeah. So and the start of the whole home and home and the stadium series over the weekend, and all right, good deal. Got a trade deadline a week from tomorrow. I mean, these are giddy times, ladies and gentlemen. If you think we're geeking out now, wait until you get us even closer to a trade deadline.
It looks like Boston, New York. Are they buyers? Are they sellers?
Right?
What are you going to be able to get out of the teams that are out of it right now? The Buffalo Sabres of the world. And
the Nashville Predators might as well just sell off everybody.
So there you have it.
Very
Who do the
exciting
Blackhawks
times.
get rid of? They went and
Right.
signed a few players, thought they were going to be a hell of a lot better with Connor Bedard. They stink.
Right. It's very exciting times. Very exciting. People are like, are they really talking about what I think they're talking about? Yeah, we'll move on. Hey, to me, by the way, the Gary Player of actors. And for those that are fairly new to the show, this goes back a long time. I contend that Gary Player, and while recognized as a great, is not really held in the regard of his resume. There's only been, 5, 6 golfers win all 4 Grand Slams? He's one of them. 9 majors, by the way. 9. More than Arnie. More than Trevino. More than Phil. More than Watson.
And as much as Arnie did for the game in the States, Gary Player did that for the international game.
And so I have a little thing, we have a little thing in which we say that someone is the Gary Player of their profession, in which they're regarded as great and yet they're underappreciated. Gene Hackman, found dead yesterday at 95 in his home in New Mexico. I contend that Gene Hackman is the Gary Player of actors. Think of the movies that Gene Hackman was tremendous in. Tremendous. Going all the way back, late 60s, early 70s.
2 Oscars, 3 Golden Globes, and he did get the Cecil B. DeMille Award as well.
So last time he basically did anything publicly involving Hollywood, which was a little over 20 years ago. Never officially announced his retirement. Gave an interview many years ago in which he said, yeah, I'm not planning on doing anything. I'm good. I know I haven't announced my retirement, but yeah. I mean, you're supposed to say never in case this incredible script comes across your desk, but I really am not interested. Oh, okay. I mean, the opposite of Clint Eastwood.
Yes. Yes.
But I contend Gene Hackman, the Gary Player of actors. I mean, how many roles do we want to go here?
Well, also in the Gary Player vein, he worked a long time.
Yeah.
He never quit. I mean, you're right that he, in the latter years, but I mean, he worked a lot.
Yeah. Like it seemed as if Gene Hackman put out 2 to 3 movies a year for 25 years. Right.
And did all kinds of different roles and was great at them. Very versatile.
But I mean, won an Oscar for The French Connection. Won an Oscar Best Supporting in Eastwood's Unforgiven. Was in Bonnie and Clyde. Was in Mississippi Burning. And then was in Birdcage, Superman movies.
He did the Poseidon Adventure.
Yes, the Poseidon Adventure. Hoosiers. Runaway Jury. A Bridge Too Far. I contend he's the Gary Player of actors. Recognized as a great, he's better than what you think.
I don't disagree with you. We're both big fans.
Not only that, he could play, funny guy, good guy, bad guy, and yet you always seem to like him. Even if he was playing the bad guy, you always seem to like him.
And made it until 95. Gene Hackman passed or found dead yesterday with his wife found dead and his dog found dead.
Yeah.
That was a little bizarre.
Yeah, they don't suspect anything awful. I'm wondering if it was carbon monoxide or what have you. But
because his wife was much younger.
30 years
a long
younger,
time, but they were
Yeah.
30 years in difference in age.
Yep. So anyway, the great Gene Hackman found dead yesterday in New Mexico in his mid-90s.
And Hoosiers goes on the short list for most people of best sports films. Not saying it's number one, but Hoosiers makes most everybody's top 10. It makes a lot of people's top 5. Could be, for some people, that's a Mount Rushmore of sports films.
Could be where we go for our Swamp Buggy Races poll question.
That's kind of what I was getting at.
Just saying. Miller and Moulton. We got a lot of guests. Man, do we have a lot to kick around. Hope your week's going well. Thanks for spending part of it with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's also National Chili Day.
Ooh. But is there any? You can't do a poll question on chili,
It's
can you?
National Chili Day. I like chili.
I do too. Did not know this about Gene Hackman until I read an obit. Did not realize he was a Marine.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Wow. Just some of these people make you feel as if you haven't done a damn thing with your life. Golly.
You know, and I'll get beat over the head for this, but it doesn't make me think that. What it makes me think is everybody in this country should have had to serve 2 years in the military.
So if you were running things, you'd make it mandatory for everybody?
Yep.
Like the whole South Korea thing they do. This is not going to go well. Golly.
What's going on over there?
Just got issues. That's all. Yeah, we'll stay away. We'll stay away from the chili poll question, I think. Too narrow.
If you were to go Hackman, or if you were to go sports movies, what would you go? That's a tough list to try to.
So if Hoosiers makes the list, what else makes the list?
That's
Bull Durham? Yeah, Sonny, I love what he said afterwards. He said it was a lucky shot, but we deserved it. It's funny,
The Athletic has Hoosiers ranked as the 15th best sports movie ever.
Oh my goodness, we have to discuss this.
I've got the list in front of me, David.
See, and Sonny, this is considering what a sports romantic I am. Was never a huge Rudy guy. Was never a huge Field of Dreams guy.
Rudy sucks. There, I said it. Not to mention the number of players I've seen, all just Notre Dame players that just trash it for its
accuracy.
Exactly.
I like Revenge of the Titans.
I do the poll question. I can assure you of one thing. Rudy will never make a poll question on this show. Ever.
Rye Road Draft Day. Seriously? You didn't find that just a little far-fetched?
Never seen it. I heard so many bad things I couldn't even watch it.
I mean, the only thing believable there was Costner shacking up with Garner.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this final Thursday of February. Thanks so much for being with us. 3 weeks away from the madness. Sorry, the games on True TV don't count. 4 weeks away from the start of the Major League Baseball season. Sorry, the 2 games in Japan. That's not going to do it. Nope. They don't count. Nope. 6 weeks today, the Masters. I think it's 8 weeks today, the NFL draft at Lambeau Field. Curious how they're going to dress that sucker up. I mean, they don't have a whole lot of options there. It's either inside the stadium or outside. My understanding is it's going to be outside. That's a parking lot. There's not a lot of options there. So I'll be very curious. I'm thrilled that the NFL is going to do this. Honor Green Bay. They deserve it, the whole deal. I'm curious how they're going to dress this sucker up. But anyway, 3, 4, 6, and 8 weeks from today, we got big things going on in the sports world. We got a big show. Talk a little baseball with Steve Carney. Talk a little football with Ryan Dunleavy. Talk a little hoop with Alejandro Solana. So we got a full show lined up. Hell, we have a major development overnight at the Combine last night. It came out of nowhere with the whole physicals and exams involving potentially the number 1 pick of the draft. We'll get to that in a moment, but we have big stuff to settle here.
So, with Gene Hackman's passing, we floated around the idea in our opening segment of some sort of poll question involving best sports movie. It's easy. It's a cop-out, but he did Hoosiers. And Hoosiers, I think, would be on most people's top 10 list of sports films. So I pulled up, best sports movies of all time. And Men's Health had one, but it was just a list. Another site had one. It was just a list. Well, apparently The Athletic, a few years back, did a list of the top sports movies of all time in their eyes.
And they list them like 1, 2, and what have you?
Hoosiers was 15th.
Whoa, that seems a little low.
1 spot ahead of Slapshot, so I already hate this list. But The Hustler is 14. Great movie, black and white, tough to watch. Pool.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know what to tell you. Caddyshack is 13.
Oh, come on. I mean, Caddyshack's a cult classic and all that, but you can't put Caddyshack ahead of... I mean, come on.
You can't?
No. I mean,
Yeah,
no. It's... I love Caddyshack. I've quoted it for 45 years, but come on. I mean, the movie.
Some movie about climbing Yosemite that was made in 2018 called Free Solo is 12. Whatever. The Sandlot is 11. Major League is 10. The documentary on the Foreman Ali fight when we were kings is 9.
It's really good.
OJ Made in America is 8.
Oh. Well, I got to admit, I mean, if you're gonna count documentaries as part of this,
right? I wouldn't
either, but that would be higher than that.
Breaking Away, the cycling movie, if you remember, right, from the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have a big problem with this. I love this movie. But this movie is not a sports movie. This is an inaccurate list, in my opinion, because they have The Big Lebowski ranked 6th. While The Big Lebowski, I think, is one of the funniest movies ever made. I do. There is a bowling part of it, but it's not a sports movie.
So you mean it's like Die Hard's not a Christmas movie?
Right. Miracle is 5, Bull Durham 4, Hoop Dreams 3, Raging Bull 2, Rocky number 1. Tough to argue with the film that won an Academy Award being the best for best movie, saying it's not the best sports movie of all time.
Right. I agree. Think it's got to be on the list. All right. Now, we don't have to, in a poll question, declare our list as like the 4 greatest sports movies of all time. We could just say, of this list, which is your favorite?
We could go just Hackman movies. Hoosiers, The Replacements.
You got to have heart.
Heart.
You got to have heart. The Replacements. That is such a lifetime movie that replays all the time, that when it's on, you find yourself looking around like, is anybody watching this? No? Good. Because I'm going to stop and watch a few scenes of this.
Every damn time, right until it ends. What's the matter with you?
But come on, it's a B movie, but it's cute. It's got a little something that grabs you. It's not a great
B movie.
It's a
that
B
might
movie.
Be our poll question. Is The Replacements a B movie? Yes or no?
It's a B movie.
Telling you, this is the Lebitard show. I'd already have 8 poll questions up right now.
Yes, you would.
On National Chili Day, and we're not even going with chili for a poll question.
I know. So, we got Hoosiers, Rocky, Hoosiers. We got to come up with, so that's boxing, that's basketball. I think we got to go one by sport. We have to have 4 different sports in our poll question.
And if you're going Hoosiers, you might want to go with the more dramatic, the non-funny sports films, if you know what I mean.
Rocky was, it had a couple of lines that were.
But you throw Miracle on there.
Is Miracle a great movie? It's a great subject. And we all love the ending, but is it a great movie?
To me, it is.
Okay.
I will say, too, it's funny for a lot of people, for the younger hockey fan out there. It's a really big movie because, see, David, the difference between you and I and all of them is we saw it.
Right.
For a lot of others, it's almost their documentary to 1980. I know it is for my son. Like, he can quote the movie. And for, you listen to a lot of the players of the Four Nations, they all know that movie. They don't know what happened in 1980. They know it because of the movie.
All right. So we've got Hoosiers, Rocky, Miracle, by the way. So we're going one name. Is that all? One name movies here?
We could be. Got to find one more that's just one name.
Yeah, I don't know if we can. Like, I would recommend Bull Durham. 4th and final movie. Some people would go baseball, they'd go The Natural.
And I think The Natural fits more in with the genre of the movies that we've kind of described, a little more serious, whereas Bull Durham's as much of a romantic comedy as it is anything else.
Bull Durham's a great movie, though.
It is a great movie.
It's a great movie. Like Caddyshack's not a great movie. Caddyshack.
Oh my God! God! Who am
Caddyshack's
I
got
doing a show with?
Caddyshack's got.
Oh my goodness! Caddyshack's not a great movie.
It's
Okay,
not.
Godfather. It's kind of overrated.
No,
What the hell are you talking about?
putting Caddyshack in the same sentence as The Godfather? What is wrong with you?
I know The Godfather's close. It's almost as good as Caddyshack.
Caddyshack's got some great scenes, some awesome one-liners. Come on, it's like an SNL skit on steroids.
Starting five is next.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. I've got Hoosiers Miracle Rocky. See, I think Bull Durham's a comedy. I don't think it fits the genre of movies that we have on there.
I thought the genre was sports movies, but
It
okay.
is, but these are all kind of serious sports movies.
Gotcha.
Uplifting stories, if you will.
All right.
I would go Remember the Titans before I would go Bull Durham.
Okay.
I would go The Natural, but I don't think The Natural really get places on this list of movies.
I'd go Remember the Titans before The Natural. And when Mark is done, Adam, we'll look that up. All right.
What am I looking up?
Was the Bad News Bears on the list?
Yes.
By the way, she just came out the other day and said something pretty funny.
Who?
Well, who was the girl in it? Wasn't that the actress who married McEnroe? Tatum O'Neal?
Yeah.
Right. So she gave a quote recently. I guess it's become public that when her dad died, he left her out of his will. So she basically said, "Keep it, MFer." All right. See you on the other side. Brian's song or Remember the Titans?
Remember the Titan. It's already done. Brian's song is not uplifting. All I do is bawl like a baby. What's uplifting about that? It's a great movie. Don't get me wrong.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Steve Carney to join us 1 hour from now. We'll talk a little baseball. So because I got a lot to get to here with the starting five. So what 4 movies are we going to have people choose from as to, on this list, what's the best movie of these 4?
And I'm not even saying best. I said, which of these is your favorite sports movie?
Okay.
Just their favorite.
Right.
Hoosiers, Miracle, Rocky, Remember the Titans. All uplifting. All more in the drama type of thing. Not a Major League or a Bull
Right.
Durham.
There's no romance. There, very little romance. There's no comedy. Very little to all of them. Right. They're dramas, yet they're uplifting. Okay.
So that's our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Now get to work.
All right.
The starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
Remember, the Swamp Buggy races are Sunday. Go to swampbuggy.com and get your tickets. Florida Sports Park, Naples. A whole lot of NFL news yesterday. So off the field, considering they're not playing games, Abdul Carter could be the first overall pick of the draft, right? Could be the first non-quarterback taken. You going to take him now? He's got a stress fracture in his foot. May need surgery, may not. If you're a team, do you want him to have surgery? That's inserting a screw, by the way. And then 8 weeks later, beginning to rehab. What do you do if you're Abdul Carter? What do you do if you're a team with a top 5 pick? So Abdul Carter going to figure out in the next couple days whether he's going to have foot surgery or not. He may work out at the Penn State workout and then have surgery. We shall see. NFL mulling changes to overtime. So, Mark, they've come to the conclusion that too many teams who win the coin toss in the 10-minute overtime are therefore winning the games. In the last 7 seasons, 57% of the teams that win the coin toss win the games. So they're contemplating a couple of different things. One, having the same rules for overtime in the playoffs, also in the regular season. Both teams get the ball once. Or extending overtime back to 15 minutes. Because with the way teams have long drives nowadays, there are very few possessions in 10 minutes. So that's what the NFL is considering. They're also announced they're going to use technology for first downs. They are still going to have the chain gangs, but the chain gangs are going to be the backups. NFL is going to consider expanding the use of replay on more fouls. Here's the fly in the ointment. Those controversial face masks that were missed this past year. Yeah, if it's missed, they can't review it. If a penalty was called, they are considering reviewing more penalties and determining whether or not they'll pick up the flag or not. But, Darnold in the face mask in the end zone in the Vikings-Rams regular season game. A couple of other quarterbacks who have had their face mask grabbed that were high profile that they just missed. And we wondered, how could you miss on a quarterback? Apparently, they're not ready to expand replay to non-fouls that are called. The Rams are not only allowing Matthew Stafford to seek a deal, but also guard Jonah Jackson. He has an $8.5 million guarantee coming up in a couple of weeks. The Rams obviously don't want to pay it. Green Bay is listening on offers for cornerback Jair Alexander. New England doing the same for defensive tackle Devon Godchaux. Good player, by the way. He's 30, but, he plays every game for the last 4 years. He's a 2-down defensive tackle. His salary for the next 2 years is like $4.5 million and $5 million. I don't know. Seems like for a good team, who is ready to win now, I'd go pick him up. The NFLPA's survey about workplace environment, Mark, the Vikings and Dolphins got the top grades. They measure about 12 different things with an organization, from ownership to training staff to meals, how families treated. You name it. Vikings and Dolphins, second year in a row, by the way. They're the top 2.
Right.
Bottom 5 may surprise you. Steelers, Jets, Browns, Patriots, Cardinals. Your bottom 5.
Weren't the Chiefs in the bottom 5 last year?
Yes. But there was like one category that they got an F in, and that really, altered your grade. 49ers, by the way, say they've begun negotiations with Brock Purdy. Saints say because of cap reasons, they're sticking with Derek Carr. Jim Nagy, who's run the Senior Bowl for the last half dozen years, he's now the new general manager of Oklahoma football. That's become a thing. Major League Baseball, Ohtani's going to DH tomorrow against the Angels. He's not pitching just yet. Also, what's interesting to me, Mark, is the Dodgers have already ruled him out of the opening 2-game series against the Cubs in Tokyo. Interesting. Remember, this has to do, I don't know, is this because of the Tommy John surgery in his right elbow, or is this because of the sliding injury to his left shoulder in the World Series? Mike Trout hit his first spring homer yesterday. Jose Altuve beginning to test out left field for the Astros. Basketball. Remember when the Heat scored, 84 against Atlanta a couple days ago? Yeah, they scored 131 last night, beat the Hawks by 22.
It's a big win. I know we don't pay much attention, but the Heat needed that game last night.
And the Heat are now beginning a stretch where they play 9 of 10 at home. I think they have the biggest road games to home games played disparity in the league. So maybe the Heat make up some ground here. They're 3 games below 500, even though they're the 8th seed in the woeful East. East good up top, really bad at the bottom. Give it up for the Pistons. 8th straight win. No Jaylen Brown for the Celtics, but still Detroit beat them by 20. 117-97. Detroit firmly ensconced as a 6th seed. Knicks edged Philly 110-105. Oklahoma City over Brooklyn 129-121. And this is how bad the East is. If the playoffs started today, the 9-10 playoff game would be Atlanta and Chicago. The Bulls are 13 games below 500.
That just shows you how bad the Philadelphia 76ers are.
23-36. At this pace, there's a chance that the 10 seed in the East has 50 losses. Unbelievable. College hoops. A lot going on yesterday. Michigan State banks one in from beyond half court at the buzzer to beat Maryland in College Park 58-55. Auburn routed Ole Miss by 30, top-ranked Tigers. This is a painful one for us because when we were talking about it yesterday as part of our system, the line was 6.5. In some places it was 7.5. But Miller and Moulton have a rule. We go with what the spread is at the tip. And people took our advice and bet Butler and bet it all the way down to 5.5. And St. John's beat Butler by 6, 76-70. So
Chicken the shorts there, David.
It was. I woke up this morning thinking I was 2-1 on the system, and instead we were 1-2. Our one was Kentucky, who banked in a shot with seconds to go to beat Oklahoma by 1, but the Sooners were getting 3.5. Does that bank shot, by the way, keep the Sooners out of the tournament?
I don't think so, David.
Oh, sure. Let's just, let you win 4 SEC games. That's enough. I mean, what is this, softball?
I'm just saying, David, it's not that I disagree with you, but they are firmly in the tournament. They're not a last 4 in. It's not like that loss. That loss may put them closer to the last 4 in line.
What are they, 4-11 in conference? Something like that? Come on. BYU beat Arizona State by 10. That's another system loss. So FGCU won their season finale. They finished as the 3 seed in the A-Sun. They're going to play Queens at Alico on Monday. 3rd year in a row, they're playing Queens in the A-Sun playoffs. They lost to them each of the last 2 years. North Florida lost to Eastern Kentucky. North Florida's in a 7-8 play-in. Eastern Kentucky is going to play Jacksonville in a 4-5 matchup on Monday. Jacksonville won their season finale over Stetson. How about Stetson? They won the A-Sun last year. They went 8-23 this year. Lipscomb, your number 1 seed in the A-Sun, North Alabama, number 2. Other college hoops, UCF. There's talk of maybe Johnny Dawkins, 9 years, only 1 tournament appearance. Maybe they need to do better. They're 15-13. They beat K-State last night, 80-76. South Florida, 13-16 after getting beat at the buzzer at Temple, 73-71. So are the Hoosiers a tournament team?
According to Shelby Mast right now, the last 4 in, David, are West Virginia, Indiana, Arkansas, and Georgia.
Indiana beat Penn State last night by 5. Arkansas in overtime beat Texas by 5. That could have been a play-in game last night. Winners in, losers out. And SMU picked up their 21st win, although most people still have them out because they haven't beaten anyone of quality. They beat Cal by 4. NHL, the Winnipeg Jets have won 11 in a row. They beat Ottawa last night 4-1. The Avs with 4 in the 3rd, 2 of them by Nathan McKinnon on the power play. Colorado beat Jersey 5-1. Hey, Jack Hughes scored.
Hey, must be a regular season game, not the 4 Nations.
Right. And Vancouver, a much-needed win in overtime at the Kings, 3-2. An injury note, Rangers put Aaron Fox on the IR with an upper body injury. That's about as specific as they'll get in the NHL between now and, postseason surgery. I love, even though I guess Sean McDonough is now a hockey announcer because he's done it for the last 4 years. But remember in the Four Nations when McDonough was trying to explain, okay, that, for those of you new to hockey and they play through injuries that they don't do in other sports, and they were talking about Matthew Tkachuk, and McDonough goes, to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Tkachuk won the cup with the Panthers last year with a broken sternum. Right. If memory serves me correctly, he didn't miss a game.
No.
Right.
No.
Trade deadline in the NHL, by the way, a week from tomorrow. College baseball last night. Miami whooped up on FGCU 14-6. Florida State 9-6 over Jacksonville. So North Florida scores 4 in the ninth to tie the Gators, only to have the Gators win it in the bottom of the ninth on a wild pitch. 7-6 Florida. Softball, Florida shut out FGCU 8-0, and UCF shut out FAU 3-0. I did that for your dad. That's an ode to your father.
That's very nice of you.
Okay.
8 years ago, he would have really enjoyed that.
I understand. He's paying attention. Okay. He's paying attention. His son's doing a show right now. He's up. All right. He's paying attention. All right. He's yelling down to us about the movies we didn't put on a list.
Possible. He could be hitting balls. You never know.
Well,
David, I do want to let you know, and I don't mean to correct you, but you said a play-in game. According to Shelby Mast, this is going to disgust you a little bit. Both Oklahoma and Texas are firmly in the tournament.
Oh, my goodness.
They're both 10 seeds.
Oh, my goodness. It's disgusting. And we're going to expand this? We're going to expand this?
I know.
What are we doing? I mean, you guys, here's the other thing. With all due respect, Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, you don't care about basketball. You don't. All right? Just leave it alone. Please do whatever you're going to do to football. We'll tolerate your shenanigans with football. Could you just leave this alone? Please.
I predict this is the last time we see 68 teams in the tournament. I really do. I think the momentum's there. I think they go to 72 next year. I hate it. I'm not for it. I'm the leader of the pack against this movement, but there seems to be a lot of momentum for the expansion of this tournament, and I hate it.
I'm going to go a step further. They're going to go to 76, not 72. That's how much they're going to ruin this. And it's 7 minutes before the hour. That was the starting five. 5 big stories and more mediocre teams making the tournament that you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Steve Carney hosts the Under the Orange Roof podcast, covers the Rays. He will join us next hour. Alejandro Solana will join us in the 8 o'clock hour to talk the Heat. And Ryan Dunleavy to talk a little Giants football on Miller and Moulton, all coming up.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. Don't miss Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship, the Bud Cup Final, Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You leave at 7:30? Yeah. I'll see if we stay. Love you. How far of a drive was it for you, JB? It was Boca, right? Did not Randy make the list just because it was a little too much of a downer? Yeah, but Johnny Finger likes his Devils loss, so I don't know how good of a night it was for Seth.
Did you see that? Was it Shaden Sharp's dunk last night for the Trailblazers?
No,
Oh my goodness.
really?
It's one of the best dunks I've ever seen.
Wow.
He steals the ball midcourt, and I mean,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday of February. 3 weeks today, the madness, the full field gets underway. 4 weeks today, Major League Baseball season underway for all 30 teams. 6 weeks today, the Masters. 9 weeks today, the NFL draft. So there. Actually, 8 weeks today, the NFL draft. So, and a week from tomorrow, the NHL trading deadline. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So we have a poll question. The discussion of it began as we were discussing the legendary career of Gene Hackman. Passed away yesterday, or at least found dead yesterday, at the age of 95. And how did you word it again?
with the passing of Gene Hackman, which of these is your favorite sports movies? Hoosiers, Miracle, Rocky, Remember the Titans.
So you didn't say best, you just did
No,
favorite. Which one you
favorite.
liked, right? Which one you liked the most? Okay.
Right now, Rocky getting 40% of the vote, Hoosiers getting 30% of the vote, and the other 30% being split equally between Miracle and Remember the Titans.
That's a tough one for me. I can usually vote on these very quickly. I'm going to have to think about this.
All right, well, retweet it while you think, because
You know
that's
what?
kind of key. I don't care I really don't care what your answer is.
Right.
I care that you retweet it because you have a few more followers than I do, and I like the poll question to get lots of answers.
Okay, I retweeted it.
All right,
So
then
there.
you can stare at it for a few minutes until you come up with your answer.
I am going to stare at it this whole segment, actually. So, how big of a deal to you if you're Tennessee, Cleveland, the Giants, the Patriots, the Jags? Those are the teams that have the top 5 picks in the draft. Abdul Carter thought to be one of the top 2 non-quarterbacks, along with Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner.
Yep.
And then, Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, and we know quarterbacks go higher than they necessarily should because, well, we need them. So the thought is Abdul Carter is definitely going in the top 5. There's talk he may go number 1. Well, they're doing the medical exam yesterday, and they found a stress fracture in his foot. May need surgery. Now, not out for the year surgery, but insert a screw surgery.
8 weeks, they say. If they put the screw in, it will be an 8-week rehabilitation time frame.
Now, we've had instances like this before. I mean, the first one I remember, you got to go back to the mid-'80s, but Keith Byers coming out of Ohio State. And they discovered a problem with his foot. And Buddy Ryan, his very first draft pick with the Eagles, he took him in the first round. And people said, what are you doing? He's not going to play for a year. And Buddy goes, yeah, but when he comes back, he's going to be really good. And Buddy was right. Said he was worth waiting for. But usually as a GM, Mark, you only get one of these top 5 picks Because if you get a second one, it means you're not doing a good job. And it also may mean that you screwed up the first time you had a top 5 pick.
Right. There's no doubt. And there's also the option for Abdullah Carter to not have surgery.
Correct.
And he is contemplating whether he has surgery or whether he has the pro day without it to show that he can play with where he's at. He's not going to do anything at the combine because he's still dealing with a nagging shoulder injury that he had during the playoff run.
Right. He described his shoulder somewhere between 80 and 90%. But I'll be ready for my pro day. Huh. Okay. No mention at all of his foot until the medical detected it. And Drew Rosenhaus is his agent. And he's just like, yeah, it's not going to be a problem. May have surgery, may not. But either way, and you know Drew, we still expect him to be the number 1 pick of the draft. Okay. I'm just curious, Mark, on the concern meter for you. Is this enough? A what?
A 7.
Okay. Well, is that then enough for you to go, if I'm Tennessee, well, I can't take him number 1. There's an injury risk.
David, look, I'm not trying to cop out here, but this is where if I'm running a team, I'm sitting down with my medical people and they're helping me make this decision. That's a decision, not necessarily with a draft pick, with a free agent that cost Nick Saban dearly when he was with Miami.
Yep.
Nick Saban didn't pick Drew Brees because, as he said, his medical people didn't clear him. That was a pretty ignorant mistake.
Yeah, well, they had a chance to draft him in the first round, took a corner, and then 5 years later, when he's eligible in free agency, he wanted to go to Miami, and they had the contract worked out, and then Nick vetoed it because of – now, I got to be honest, I've always thought Nick has passed the blame on that one far more because I can't believe that anybody made a decision in a Nick Saban organization that wasn't Nick Saban.
Agreed, but I would be leaning heavily on my medical people. I don't know. I mean, you're asking me on a stress fracture. I literally, I mean, I would be insulting our audience by trying to answer. I would be concerned. I'd be leaning heavily on my medical people.
No. I get that. I think we all would, but just your gut feeling now, do you even want to take the risk with a top 5 pick? I mean, that's what I'm wondering. Because listen, first off, Travis Hunter's supposedly going to be amazing at whatever he does in the NFL. The guy I think is just a lock. Plug him in right now, 8 to 10 years, he's going to have a terrific career as a big defensive tackle from Michigan, Mason Graham. I mean, I think he's just going to be a stud. And Mark, I was one of those that would have taken Abdul Carter. Like, you know, my thought if I'm running the Giants is I find a way to get my quarterback done before free agency starts, and I'm taking Abdul Carter at 3 if he's there. And if not, I'll, you know, decide between Travis Hunter or Mason Graham. But now I don't know if I can do that. I don't. I don't know. How do I justify it? With a top 5 pick, how do I justify taking a guy who's going to enter his pro career with a medical?
It's a great way to get yourself fired if you're wrong.
Now, of course, he can go on and have a Hall of Fame career, and everybody's going to go, and you were scared off because of the foot. And I'd say, yeah, I was. I needed a sure thing. We're bad. I can't have my key players injured. That's how somebody else is making this pick in 2 years. No, I need a stud.
So you'd pass on Abdullah Carter right now if you're in the top 5.
I'll tell you what, I'd have to have my medical people basically they'd have to put their jobs on the line. That's how convincing they would have to be to me. That's how much this concerns me.
And I get it. And that's why I'm not going to get, you want to ask me quarterback A, quarterback B, which one do I like? I have no problem telling you that. But when it comes to a medical, I just don't know.
Right. Well, and none of us do. And quite frankly, the medical people may not know. It's a foot. I mean, we've all seen it. Feet, backs. I mean, the human body's a, intricate thing. So it's all a calculated gamble. I get it. But this is scaring me. And scare is probably too strong a word, but this is like, well, why should I even take the risk? I have a top 5 pick.
No, I think scared's, and I'm not being a jerk. I actually think scared's the right word. If you're not willing to take him in the top 5, then you are scared of what would happen. And I think that's the accurate description. If you're concerned, you may still take him. If you're scared, you're not going to take him. I get it.
I just don't know if I want to take the risk. Because then you also, let's be honest, we're all this way. Then we start nitpicking. And, people go, well, he is a little undersized. Can you play him as a 4-down or 3-down defensive end? You're going to have to play him as a linebacker on early downs and just an edge rusher. And I'd be like, yeah, it's working okay for Micah Parsons. All right, we'll be fine. But this really concerns me, Mark. Doesn't concern me if I'm outside the top 5 at all. Outside the top 5? No, I'm getting a top 1 or top 2 talent at 6 through 9. I'm all in. I'll roll those dice every day of the week. But Jacksonville gave up 6 yards of play last year. They desperately need defensive help.
Jacksonville needs the tackle from Michigan.
Yes, they do.
They need to start fortifying the interior of that line and make sure that team is tougher than they were a year ago.
The Giants' corners are not good enough. You would think Travis Hunter should be a lock for the Giants at 3, particularly if they get their quarterback pre-draft. That's who they want. I think we're all curious as to why it is Tennessee's not interested in taking a quarterback. Do they really think they have one? Not from what we've seen, but okay. But they were supposedly thinking seriously about Abdul Carter at 1. If you're Tennessee, you as in on Abdul Carter today as you were yesterday?
No, David. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to the Giants to see if they want the first pick. I'm talking to whomever to see if they want the first pick, and I'm trying to move out of it now. If I was taking Carter, I couldn't take him with the first pick.
So that's kind of the overnight development. It happened last night. The news that Abdul Carter has a stress fracture in one of his feet, may need surgery. If so, a screw will be inserted. He'd be ready for training camp, so they say. I could be totally overreacting to this.
And this is what happens at the combine. We've said it over and over. The most important part of this week, the medicals, then the interviews. One other NFL bit of news happened yesterday. I'm curious as to how it would have worked out this year if they had it.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Sonny, the word is he's not going to. The word is he's actually going to do the pro day, show everybody, hey, I'm fine. And then decide whether he's just going to rest the foot or have surgery. Hey, Diddy, don't be surprised if Arch isn't in next year's draft. Remember, he's earning serious money in college. And his family has money. So I truly believe he's going to make the decision based on, will I have a better NFL career if I leave now, or if I stay and get another year of snaps? And remember, both his uncles stayed for 4. And he hasn't played much in 2 years. So I actually think he's going to play 2 more years. I loved him in Poseidon Adventure. Hey, Diddy. God, I love that movie. Well, we're glad you got some rest. You need it. So many. DC, we said he's the Gary Player of actors. Oh, man, that hurts. See, Ambient, unfortunately, we go by what it is at tip. You guys can get it at 7.5 or 6.5, but we had to take the loss at 5.5. You know, we've benefited. We've had 1 or 2 half-point wins because of what games went off at, but Now I think we've actually suffered one more loss by a half a point than we've suffered or benefited from wins. So I'm guessing for all of you, Butler was a win. Right. That you all got it at 6.5 or 7.5. Tough one for us. So far, winning week with the system, though, so far.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Steve Carney will join us. And for those of you who have never seen Steve Carney, you want to take in the show, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Well, you'll see Steve, just like you see the two of us do the show every morning. By the way, you're looking good. I'm being serious here. You're looking good.
Thank you. I've been working at it very hard.
I know. I could tell, and I just want to encourage you. You look good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
My son, who's now 25, I was talking to him, and I know he has a tendency to, eat a little bit more and drink a little bit more. And I asked him, I said, "So how much you weigh?" And he gave me the number, and I says, "Huh."
Uh-oh.
So I might have you.
Oh!
And he went, "No." He was like, "I've got to start working out." I said, "You better before you see me next. That's all I'm telling you."
I was going to say, those elbow lifts that you're doing, okay, those 12 and 16-ounce elbow lifts, they're just not getting it done for you. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, with the passing of Gene Hackman at the age of 95, which of these is your favorite sports movie? And I voted, Mark, because of how you worded it. Favorite. You didn't say best.
Nope.
That's like some critical acclaim. You just said favorite. Tell me if you like the criteria that I use. The 4 movies, by the way: Hoosiers, Miracle, Rocky, Remember the Titans. I defined favorite as the movie when you're flipping through the channels that if you see, you are most likely to stop everything that you're doing and start watching that movie immediately.
That qualifies 3 of the 4 for me. Hoosiers is the only one I wouldn't stop what I'm doing for completely.
So the others, every single time? Every time.
Every time.
Wow. Okay. Because for me, for every time, it's Miracle. Every single time flipping through, boom. Okay, that's it. I'm done. So
I was torn. I was torn between Miracle, Rocky, and Remembering the Titans. I went with Miracle. Might be recency bias because of the 4 Nations Cup.
Could be for both of us. Go to swampbuggy.com, by the way. Buy your tickets. The races are Sunday. Florida Sports Park, Naples.
And that brings up an interesting thing because the races are Sunday and they're not coming back till next year, which means the poll question has an opportunity for you to jump all over and sponsor. In fact, this week will be the end of 2 of our sponsors. The Cape Coral Police Department, who's worked with us for several months. Their budgeting or financing for the project that they did is over. So they're done at the end of the month. So some great sponsorship opportunities are there for your company. Text sponsor to 21,000 now, and I'll give you a great deal. How about that?
Hot steaming deal. So what is it you were saying about the NFL before we went to break?
So the NFL ended the chain gang yesterday. I happened to be listening to Pat's show when either it came up or when they first talked about it, but they laughed and they said they may have to rename their show. Moving the chains and Pat said, now we're just a backup. That's all we are, is a backup.
That's funny. Now, technically, you do know they're keeping the chain gang.
As a backup.
Right. They're just not the number one source.
Right.
So you're still moving the chains.
I got you. But they're just moving. The chains are already done for you because
Right.
the NFL is adding 6 tracking cameras to every stadium, another 12 fixed cameras along the end lines and goal lines to give them the angles. And then there's technology in the players that they follow. But what I learned yesterday that I did not know early on when they made this announcement, David, is that they used this technology all year last year.
Yes, they did.
For every game in the 2024 season, this technology was there.
Yes.
They were testing it.
Yes.
What the NFL does. You know, baseball's doing the same thing with the ABS. But you think Allen got the line to gain? And how much information is there on guys making first downs or not making first downs that we actually had the technology for last year?
All right. Let me ask you this, and I need you to be brutally honest. If you were making the decision on that 4th down play as to whether he reached the line to gain or not, and they go to commercial break, and you're the league, you are not supposed to use that technology.
Right.
Would you have used it?
Yes.
I would have also. It's too big of a call. I got to get it right, or I have to get it as close to right. And yes, I'm tracking I'm using my eyes. I'm just what they're saying down on the field. And if I've got, chips in a football and drones and what have you, you're damn right I'm using it.
But that's all I thought of yesterday when they were talking about the fact that the technology was there and implemented for the 2024 season, because the NFL, and rightly so, you don't put technology like this in your game without testing it. You can't test it in preseason. You've got to test it. I get it. But when there were calls that were so big on the outcome of the season, it just makes me wonder what the technology was saying at that time.
Don't you want to find out? I mean, because the NFL could just say, listen, we could not break our ethics and use the technology in that instance. We didn't use it all year. All right. So we couldn't go to it. But don't you want to know what their technology said the outcome of that play was?
Yes. David, I didn't care about another football story for the rest of the day. This consumed me most of the night. Well, how many times over the years have we talked about some form of technology, be it a chip in the ball or whatever the case may be, of trying to fix what we always thought was an antiquated system to spot the ball, and now we find out they actually had it last year, but they couldn't use it?
Well, much like this year in Major League Baseball, they'll have the technology, but they're not going to use it. They're going to use it in the minors. NFL doesn't really have the minors, unless you consider college or the UFL the minors. So both the major sports are testing the technology before putting it in full time. 21,000 is the text line, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton Twitch chat room. Can I ask all of you a very simple question? Will you trust the technology? Will you trust next year the way we have in tennis? I mean, Mark, for those of us that watch tennis, the minute they went to the computer and the ball and the lines, and we take what they put up on that big screen as gospel, whether or not it was in or out. We don't argue it at all. Are you going to trust the technology in 2025 when it tells you that the runner is 2 inches short?
David, let me first off answer your question by saying 100% yes.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. What are you going to trust more? 12 fixed cameras, 6 cameras, the things that they have in the players to spot the ball, or 2 old guys that are 30 yards away from where the ball is? Which do you trust more?
Now, trust more? Obviously, I will trust this more. But in tennis, we take this as 100% gospel. It's right or wrong. Remember, football, it's shaped differently. Okay, wear it at people all around it. Is the ball straight in the arm? Was it sideways? Okay, I'm just curious. Is everybody going to trust this 100% going forward? Steve Carney's next.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. Don't miss Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship. The Bud Cup Final. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park, Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now, ambient. Once again, I wasn't asking were you going to trust it more than the chain gang. I'm asking, are you going to 100% trust it? Like in tennis, we all thought, well, this will be better than the linesman. But we've accepted that as gospel. It's just like, well, okay, ball was in. Nope, ball was out. Even though sometimes it's probably the thinnest of margins. We don't go, man, are you sure about that? Nope. We just take it as gospel. And are you going to take this as gospel? Because you're going to get replays. I mean, that's all we got. We got 6 seconds of action and 35 seconds to fill. Wow, ambient. I think we just then came up with something that could really better your life. Did you see what ambient posted?
I did.
Well, then you got to go see those movies, ambient.
How do I not have Kiss Me?
Did you send the link to Steve?
I did. I just texted him to make sure he got it.
Okay.
Yep, I did. Logging in now. We're good. There he is. Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Mark. Morning,
How
guys.
are you? Hey, Steve. Good morning.
I'm well. Although I am one of those guys that once baseball season ends, I retreat into my cave and I don't see a whole lot of people for about 6 months. And of course, spring training comes around and I get sick.
Oh,
Did you enjoy Lakeland yesterday?
Oh, you know what? Other than the drive, because the drive stinks. But I mean, the drive is no worse than Port Charlotte or
Right.
to drive down to you guys in Fort Myers. So, but yeah, not too bad. Been a couple of years since I'd been to Lakeland. My bosses in New York don't realize the distance it is to drive from St. Pete to Lakeland. So,
Right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And it's 22 minutes before the hour on this final Thursday of February. We're joined by Steve Carney, who you can follow on X at Steve Carney, Carney. He is a man who wears many different hats. During college football season, we call upon him to talk armed services football with his Yards and Stripes podcast. But heck, he's part of the Tampa Bay Lightning radio network. He's also a big Rays baseball insider, stpete9.com, stpete9.com. How you doing?
well, it's spring training, so of course it means I get to drive all over the place and watch a lot of young kids doing taking hacks at baseballs that maybe they'll not see that level of competition for quite a while. Yesterday, I got to watch Tarek Skubal school out some Minnesota Twins. That was a lot of fun.
all right. With most teams in baseball now, we know what the 26 is really heading into the season. The Rays, I don't consider one of those teams. It still looks like there could be a couple of jobs available. So give us an idea of some of these young players that you're looking at and guys that could crack the Rays lineup this year.
Well, I think the big question is some of the guys that they brought in on minor league deals and whether or not they make the team. And the big name is Eloy Jimenez. I think a lot of people forget that the Rays brought in Jimenez early on in the offseason on a minor league deal, a guy with a ton of pop and would be a great right-handed bat in the order, which they have desperately needed now for a number of years to put in that middle of that order, because a lot of the power that they have comes from the left side, whether you're talking about Brandon Lau or Josh Lowe or the like. You would love to have a complimentary bat on the other side, being able to pencil in the middle of the order. You get a lot of swing and miss from him, but the question is he going to have enough of his holes in his swing disguised that he is worth putting in the front of the lineup? The other guy that has been very interesting this year for the Rays is in center field, Chandler Simpson, who is one of their top prospects. Not a guy with a whole lot of power. In fact, he only has one career home run in the minor leagues, and it's an inside the park job. But the thing is he gets on base a whole lot, and when he gets on, he is absolute a nightmare for pitchers. This is a guy that stole 104 bases last year at the AA level. I don't think he's going to be the type that's going to start the year at the big league level, but my goodness, if you can find a place for him sometime this year, he could really be something special.
All right. There are a lot of very interesting questions with the Rays. All right. And we'll try to cover as much ground as we can here in the next 12 minutes. Gut feeling. Do they have enough offense, or do they need too many guys to, have an A game season, if you know what I mean, to have enough offense?
I think they have enough offense, David. The problem is they need the guys to stay healthy. Brandon Lau, especially, a guy that has not been healthy each of the last 3 seasons. And I really think that keeping guys healthy is going to be paramount. I mean, it's paramount for every team, but it really is for the Rays, because if they have, even one of those guys in the middle of their order go down due to injury, I think it makes things very, very tough for them.
Well, the one thing the Rays have always had is a lot of pitching, and just set us up with what the rotation looks like. We've gone through so many years of injuries and Tommy Johns and who's coming back and who's not coming back. What does the rotation look like this year, Steve?
Yeah, Mark, you remember that there were years that Kevin Cash was going, hey, we're going to have an opener because we only got 4 guys that we can put in a five-man rotation. Right now they have 7 guys that they can put in that rotation now. With McClanahan back, he is going to start opening day for this team, so that's obviously going to be the first part of the rotation. Drew Rasmussen is back in the starting rotation as well. You've got Taj Bradley, you've got Shane Boz, you've got Ryan Pepio, you've got all of these guys, and then some that are going to be a part of the rotation. I really do think that they may have, maybe not, it's not the strongest 1 through 5, but it might be the deepest. I don't know how many different teams outside of Los Angeles in the National League that could put 7 guys in their rotation and be very happy with it.
But Steve, a lot of those guys are coming off of injuries, some major, some minor, forced them to miss a month or 2. Are the Rays thinking of going 6-man rotation to limit starts and innings, or are they going to start with a traditional 5-man and just bank the other 2 or 3 guys as depth?
It's a good question. There have been times in the past where you could see them starting to limit guys, how many times they go through a rotation because of the off days early on in the season. The big thing for the Rays this year is the fact that their schedule is so front loaded at home. I would think that you may go fewer pitchers early on because you've got so many games at home. I think before June 1st, I believe they play 50 of their 81 home games at Steinbrenner Field. So they're very front loaded early. They got big, long road trips. Excuse my voice here. They've got really long road trips here at the back half of the season. I think that's when you want to be able to give guys days when they're out on the road. So you may see them go traditional 5 early and then maybe go to a 6th and or a 7th late.
How long before the prospect Carson Williams is on the big league roster?
I think he's another guy you could see at some point this year. They went and got Ha-Seong Kim to basically fill in this year, but he's not going to be ready coming off of a shoulder injury until sometime in May, according to general manager Eric Neander. So you're going to see Jose Caballero and Taylor Walls for the first month of the regular season, much like you saw last year. Caballero had a good start of the year. Walls, of course, struggles trying to hit big league pitching. But when Caballero got on, he led the American League in stolen bases last year. So I think you'll see them early. You'll see Kim probably starting in May, and you could see Carson Williams maybe as soon as right after the trade deadline.
Steve Carney, talking Rays baseball with him, stpete9.com, stpete9.com. Follow him on X at Steve Carney, Carney. Can we get back to the 800-pound gorilla that is Steinbrenner Field? I know it's not hot yet, and I know that an out hasn't meant anything yet, but come on, what are the guys saying? Are the guys looking at you like this year is going to suck? Or are the guys going, you know what? We can do this.
I think that they'll get to the suckage part of the schedule come June 1st when they spend, 3 weeks at a time away from their families. I think that should not be discounted for how difficult this season is going to be for the club. The fact that they've only got 31 home games after June 1st. That's a very difficult situation to ask of any ball club. And I think that while they're going, okay, this is going to be good early, especially the left-handed bats. They've looked really good during the spring, and they will take advantage of the dimensions in right field. So that's why I'm hoping that Brandon Lau can stay healthy, especially early on in the year. He could really jump out to a big power number. But I really do think that that is a huge difference. And it's going to be completely different because, the fact is that this team has never had to deal with weather at home. They don't have a tarp crew. I'm assuming they're going to use the ones that the Yankees use for their single A team, the Tampa Tarpons, who are going to play on a backfield just outside of Steinbrenner Field during the same time frame. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
The Marlins, the Rays are cheap when it comes to payroll. We all know that they don't spend a lot. But I'm curious from an organization standpoint, when you started talking about being away for 3 weeks, I started thinking of some things that I've seen hockey teams do where they have a dad's trip and bring all the dads on the road for a game. Are the Rays talking about doing anything, bringing the families on some road trips, doing some things that are a little out of the box? Because you're right. Players aren't going to think about this until they're on these long road trips. When they're home every day, life's good. Are the Rays planning on, from an organization, doing something differently to try to help these players out during the road trips?
They've done that in the past. They've had sometimes when you have these 3-city road trips, you'll take the wives and the kids on the road. I think that they're looking at doing those sorts of things again. I don't know how much they'll be able to do it. It's a little bit better because with the kids, they'll be out of school. This is not like them having to take kids out of school so you can go on a 3-week road trip with dad out to Sacramento and Seattle and San Francisco. But I certainly think that that's certainly something that the front office has in mind when it comes to the players. I think you have to look out for the creature comforts. Obviously, they stay in great hotels. They get, great meals. They make plenty of money. So they can afford to go away for 3 weeks at a time. But I think you do have to look at the mental aspect of what it's going to be like spending that much time away from your own bed for that long of a period. It's really going to be a mental slog for this team in the second half of the season.
Well, less than 5 weeks till we get a decision, and the ball's in the Rays' court. Boy, Steve, these two sides really don't like one another right now, do they? I mean, is this the ultimate we're going to stay married for the kids relationship? I mean, you suck. No, you suck more. No, you suck more. I mean, they hate each other, the city of St. Pete and the Rays right now.
Yeah, and more so the county commission of Pinellas County. One of their commissioners, Chris Lavelle, has been very vocal on social media about it. And I think that, like you said, March 31st is coming up real fast. Commissioner Latvala has talked about wanting Stu Sternberg to sell the team. You can't sell a baseball franchise that quickly. So I think that, those two are stuck with each other, at least for the time being, and we'll see what happens come March 31st. I get less and less optimistic as each day goes on.
Well, yeah, because it's real easy to say yes. I mean, it's real easy to just sign it and send in the paperwork.
It's real easy to say yes and sign in the paperwork. It's also real easy to flip the double bird and say we're going to be in Charlotte next year.
Steve Carney, Rays Baseball Insider, stpete9.com, stpete9.com. Also, Red Hot Tampa Bay Lightning, part of the Rays Radio Network. Follow Steve on X, Steve Carney, Carney. Steve, safe travels. You're working a lot. Well, one team's winning for you already. Hopefully two will. Be good.
I will, and at least I'll get to see Junior Caminero hit massive home runs every other day. It's pretty nice.
There you go. Steve Carney, talking Rays baseball with him here on Miller and Moulton.
Poll question is up. I guess kind of Miller and Moulton's way of celebrating the life of Gene Hackman, who we found out passed away yesterday at the age of 95. With the passing of Gene Hackman, which of these is your favorite sports movie? And we put Hoosiers at the top, Miracle, Rocky, and Remember the Titans. Right now, Rocky with the lead. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. It's our Swamp Buggy Races poll question.
A lot of football in the news, and the workouts haven't even started at the Combine, but coming out with the medical, Abdul Carter's got a stress fracture in one of his feet. May need surgery. Does that affect where he goes in the draft? Would you take him if you had the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pick of the draft? If the guy's having a screw inserted into his foot, which he has not officially decided yet, but apparently it's one of the two options, would you take him? Or would you say, no, going to play it safe, going to go somewhere else? Mark, we did have a very funny comment in our Twitch chat room in which they just said, well, you know what's going to happen? Teams are going to get scared off by him. He's going to start sliding, and he's going to end up an Eagle.
I don't think he'll slide to 32, but we get your point, because Philadelphia has become in a lot of ways the new Ravens.
Right.
Just sit in the damn draft, and everybody starts taking for need or reaching here or reaching there, and they go, oh, Jalen Carter. Okay, we'll take you.
So what's the joke been in sports for a long time? Okay, when the Rays called, you didn't pick up the phone. When the Ravens called, you didn't pick up the phone. Now it's definitely when Howie Roseman and the Eagles call, you don't pick up the phone, do you?
No doubt. No doubt. Really the sharpest front office in the sport, which boasts a lot of them. As the Combine going on in Indianapolis, medicals proving to be worth why they go, with the Abdullah Carter news coming out yesterday. And now Tennessee, who's said that pick's open for auction, is it more so now?
I would think this would hurt them, but who knows? It only takes one. Miller and Moulton. We're going to talk a little football with Ryan Dunleavy. We're also going to talk some hoop with Alejandro Solana coming up. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I got a college football thing here if you're interested.
Absolutely.
Got something coming up I think you guys are going to find interesting.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and 904, final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas, all the way to Venice. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Alejandro Solana to join us later on this hour. Ryan Dunleavy talks some football 1 hour from now. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. We got talking about movies after we heard about the passing of Gene Hackman at the age of 95. And so we asked you, what is your favorite sports movie of the 4 that we chose for you? You got Miracle. You got Hoosiers, you got Rocky, and then you got Remember the Titans. We tried to pick dramas. We tried to pick those that are more uplifting. Yes, we left some out. We know. But your favorite of these 4, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. I believe Rocky is winning at last glance.
Rocky is right now beating Remember the Titans. But the most important thing for you listening, and David hates when I do this, but I'm going to do it anyhow. The Swamp Buggy Races poll question only has another day of existence because they race Sunday and then don't race again until November.
Right.
Which means for you, the business out there that may want to sponsor Miller and Moulton, there are opportunities available. Get sponsored at $21,000 right now, like someone did the last time I did this. And now I'm back and forth having contact. New listeners all the time. Miller and Moulton looking for new sponsors, great deals, great audience, great return on investment. Would love to have you on board. 21,000. Text sponsor to that number, and we'll begin working with you immediately.
SwampBuggy.com, by the way, is where you go to get your tickets to the races on Sunday, SwampBuggy.com. So I can't believe the two of us missed this. I don't know when this was actually posted. It was in The Athletic. I think it was a story done recently in which one of their college football guys got a bunch of coaches to, off the record, or, hey, keep my name out of it, but I'll answer any question you want. And some of them were G5 coaches, and most of them were Power 4 coaches. And basically it was, okay, how much does it cost to get a starting caliber player at these positions in college football? Starting caliber. So you need a defensive tackle. How much is it going to cost? Now, there are a few different answers because they'll say, listen, you can get a run-of-the-mill starter for X, but if you want an elite one, you got to go closer to $1 million. Oh, okay. Mark, apparently you can get a linebacker for $150,000 to $300,000. That you shouldn't have to pay more than $300,000 for a linebacker, and according to these coaches, you can actually get really good ones for $150,000, $200,000. Huh. Okay. Apparently, you can get a starting receiver for $300,000.
Okay.
Now, we're talking Power 4 here. If it's a group of 5 amount, I'll tell you. But a starting receiver, $300,000. You want an elite receiver, at least double that, probably $800,000 to $1 million a year. If you want elite. But remember, this is done mostly, hey, I need a starter. What's it going to cost me? Quarterback. They said, yeah, a starting quarterback, Power 4, $900,000 to $1 million. You think he's a little better than that? $1.50. Obviously, elite, well, it's crazy. Good luck. This is what I found interesting, Mark. Group of 5 teams, quarterback, $500,000. You need a quarterback, got to go. It's a starting caliber group of 5 quarterback is apparently making $500,000 a year at the South Florida and Tulanes of the world. Okay. Apparently you can get a DB and it doesn't matter if it's a corner, if it's a slot, if it's a safety, doesn't matter. Apparently DBs, $300,000, 400 tops. Now, obviously there are some that are making more, but just the starting, I need a corner. What's it going to cost me? $300,000, maybe 400 if there's a little competition. Oh, okay. Same with running back. I need a starting running back. Not talking about somebody who's going to rush for 2,000 yards and contend for the Heisman. I need a starting running back. $400,000 for a power 4 running back.
But David, what's it cost to protect the quarterback? Because that's the position that teams need. And we watched, even though the Buckeyes got it done, Buckeyes watched their O-line get depleted pretty heavily because the backups have all left to go play somewhere else. So what's it cost me to protect my quarterback with a tackle, David?
Well, you mentioned the key position because apparently the interior centers and guards, that's like getting a running back and getting a corner, that's in the 300,000-400,000, maybe at most 500,000, according to these coaches. Yeah, a tackle. Yeah, the only position you're going to pay more for is a really good quarterback. Apparently, if you're a starting caliber tackle, not an elite tackle, you're a starting tackle on a power 4 team, that's $1 million.
So, by the way, Michigan just signed one of the best tackles in the country. They also just signed the quarterback.
Right.
It's $4 million for those 2 players because we already know the quarterback's getting 3 a year.
Right. And
that tackle got $1 million.
Minimum. Right. Maybe might have gotten a little more, something for the effort because there was a bidding war. Defensive tackles, by the way, $500,000. So there you have it. Just, the Athletic sat down with a bunch of coaches and said, so could you tell us how much the Wild Wild West actually costs? And they're like, yeah, sure. What do you want to know? But they're not employees. All right. And we can't hold them to any contract. Mark, why are they going to? Don't you want some assurances if you're a team in an athletic department? Do you really want to have to re-recruit? And by re-recruit, we mean get out the checkbook every single year?
The next question in this article, after they get through what they pay each player, was what was the boldest request you received from a transfer recruiter representatives? And these coaches are talking about guys who barely played wanting $300,000. It's like, no, see ya. So guys are entering the portal, 1, because they're getting paid at other places, but 2, because they're going to the coach and asking for a sum of money, and the coach is just laughing at them, saying no. By the way, speaking of transfers, did you notice who jumped in and started taking a few more transfers this year? Clemson.
Huh? Kind of have to.
Well, yeah, you do. Not a ton,
right?
But Clemson now is doing what Georgia,
right?
What Alabama was doing with Nick,
right? Nick was targeted, right?
Right.
So, but to go back to something that I just pointed out. So Alabama, Nick's final year, they go to the playoff. They lose in the semis to Michigan. And Nick said, as soon as the game was over, we get back to Tuscaloosa, and I got 5-6 guys that are basically saying, "Oh, I need a raise." And Nick's like, well, "What do you mean?" It's like, "Oh, I'm not going to play for that next year." And some of them went elsewhere and got the raise. The safety went to Ohio State, Downs. I ain't playing for this. Ohio State said, "We'll give it to you." Okay, out of here. And I just don't know why in the world they want to keep a system where that's the case. We've said it. There are no bigger control freaks in sports than major college football coaches. And they want to continue to give the leverage to the player. I mean, honestly, I can't believe they're not insisting on contracts in which you literally are negotiating, like the NFL, the yearly salary. You don't like it, don't sign it. I'll get somebody else look just like you. And he'll sign it. $300,000, $350,000, $400,000. Got to stay a minimum of 2 years. Mutual option for a third. I mean, seriously, how can they not want to go this route?
As opposed to 4 or 5 one-year deals? Yeah.
I don't get it. Where what? If you have a bad season, people want to leave. If you have a really good season, they all want raises.
And now when you add, the 20 million or 21 million that every team's supposed to start with, just how crazy is it going to get with the schools paying 20 million essentially, and then the NIL being able to jump on top? How much money is Ohio State going to spend just to defend their title?
Well, right. And literally, are you going to have major programs who kind of like a pro franchise in which they go, well, we're not going over budget this year? Well, does college alumni want to hear that? I don't want to hear we're sticking to our budget. Screw that. 10 wins in the playoffs, buddy. Budget.
And then how upset are people going to get at their alma mater if they're not fully forking over the entire 21 million cap? Some schools are going to willingly put that 21 million in to pay their athletes. Other schools won't have it.
No,
how happy are you going to be if your school doesn't do it?
No, they're going to hold money back, kind of like, the Marlins and the Pirates.
Right.
No, we're not going to spend it. What do you mean you're not going to spend it? We're not going to spend it. Don't know what to tell you. We don't have to by law.
And if you're a Big Ten or an SEC school and you're an alum, you're going to look at them and go, what do you mean you're not spending it?
Right. Don't we want to compete? No, actually. No, not like that. Sorry. Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Alejandro Solana to talk some Heat coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Ryan Dunleavy at the top of the hour. We'll talk some football, specifically how far are the Giants prepared to go to get Matthew Stafford. Talk to Ryan Dunleavy of the New York Post about that coming up in about 40 minutes time. Gene Hackman passed away yesterday at the age of 95. Got us thinking about some of our favorite sports movies. He, of course, starred in Hoosiers. So of these four terrific sports movies, which one of these four is your favorite? Hoosiers, Rocky, Miracle, Remember the Titans. Go to that, Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton, and vote.
And if you want to be the sponsor of the poll question beginning next week with the Swamp Buggy races this weekend, and then they'll be, away from advertising with us probably till next November, text sponsor to 21,000. We'll see if we can work something out for you so David and I can struggle with coming up with poll questions on a daily basis.
SwampBuggy.com is where you go to get your Swamp Buggy races tickets for the races this Sunday. SwampBuggy.com. So we saw it in the NBA a couple weeks ago where the Mavs drew a line in the sand and just said they were not giving Luka a max contract. So how do we handle this? And they said, well, then we need to trade him. And they made the deal that they made. Well, the Rams right now appears that while they like Matthew Stafford, that he's going to count because of past bonuses and salary structure, $49 million against their cap this year, that they've decided, yeah, we ain't going to do that. So if you want him and you want to give him the raise that he wants and have your quarterback count 50+ million on the cap, you take him. Mark, what's your number if you're the Niners with Brock Purdy? They came out yesterday and said they have begun negotiating with Brock Purdy. Do you have a number? Or are you just going to keep caving? Or do you have a walk-away number in which you guys look at one another and go, well, I guess we got one more year of Purdy. Maybe we could tag him for 41 or so for 2026, but we got to start making plans. We need a new quarterback.
Well, here's the deal with Brock Purdy. There's no way in hell if I were in charge, the first number on the annual would be a 5.
Okay.
He's not getting $50 million a year from me. I don't think he's worth it.
Okay. Fair enough.
And I know typically what your next question is. Well, then who are you going to replace him?
No. That's not my next question. My next question is, what's your number? What's your number? The Rams apparently have decided, Stafford's going, guys, I'm making $27 million cash this year and $30 million next year. Are you serious? Okay. No. I look at what's going on with quarterbacks. Okay. I mean, I want to make 50. And then Rams are like, yeah, we'll get back to you. And I'm just curious, what's your number where you turn to me? You're the boss. You turn to me and you go, well, we're going to need a new quarterback in 12 to 24 months. Because I ain't signing them.
I think I'd be willing to go 5 for $225.
So 45 per.
Yeah.
So Cousins' deal was 4 for $180, but it was 45 per with the Falcons. So you'd go to 45.
I'd go to 45.
Okay.
I don't personally think he's worth that, but the quarterback salaries are so inflated that there's a little part of that goes with any quarterback you're signing to a deal.
Right.
What about you? What's your number? What's your line in the sand for Brock Purdy?
Well, I'm thrilled that this is going on. I've wanted this for years, where whether it was the NBA or the NFL or what have you, where teams just said, listen, I'm not saying somebody else isn't going to give you that money. I'm just saying we're not going to. We can't. See, I would probably move away from Brock Purdy. I made it to Super Bowls and NFC Championship games with Jimmy Garoppolo. If Kyle Shanahan is the play caller that everybody says he is, you mean to tell me I can't find somebody for less? And this is where, by the way, the damage that Baker Mayfield has done to a lot of quarterbacks. I mean, Baker has far exceeded his contract in both his years in Tampa. I mean, he did what, $10 million for 2023, and he played for $30 million or $33 million last year? That's a steal. And he's under contract for 2 more years. And by the way, he's not complaining, hey, I'm underpaid. I need a new contract. He's happy as a clam.
But one very owner-friendly contract never changes the agents and players always wanting to go for the max number.
Well, you tell me. I'll be Purdy's agent. You're the Niners. And I look at you and go, who's been a better quarterback so far, Brock Purdy or Trevor Lawrence? Just answer the question, Mark.
Brock Purdy.
Okay, well, he got 55. So what do you
It's not
offer?
my fault that Jacksonville overpaid a bad quarterback. I'm doing business for the San Francisco 49ers. I understand that you want a Trevor Lawrence deal, but we're not going to give you that deal.
Okay.
It's not my fault that they're inept as an organization. They draft in the top 5 every year. So if you want us to run our organization the way Jacksonville runs their organization, then we'll make mistakes with what we pay guys. That's what I'd say to his agent.
Okay. Just curious, by the way. You want to enter next year with my guy or Dak Prescott? Just curious. It's a simple question.
That's
Dak
a great question.
Dak or Brock?
That is a really good question.
You know where I'm going with this because
I know.
Dak's making 60.
Once again,
Right.
we do business for the San Francisco 49ers. Let me explain something to you, Brock's agent. I don't know if you're aware of this, but when is the last time the Dallas Cowboys played in a conference championship game?
Well, that'd be 30 years ago.
Okay, so don't make stupid comparisons between bad organizations and really good organizations. We are a model franchise in this league because we win. We win consistently year in and year out. Your guy doesn't want to be a part of that? Good luck.
Okay. So Jalen Hurts is making 51.
He just won a Super Bowl.
Well, I'd argue his defense won a Super Bowl, and I'd argue, quite frankly, if our defense played better 2 years ago, we'd have won a Super Bowl. But
so now as Brock Purdy's agent, you're telling me I've done a bad job. I mean, this is going really well.
Well, I mean, you basically said, I ain't going to pay your client what the market says he should be paid. Okay. Now, I got to be honest. If I'm Brock Purdy's agent and you're holding firm at 45, I'm playing this sucker out. I am. Because every day I stay healthy, the leverage moves to me. The only way I'm going to lose this is if my guy gets hurt. We'll play this sucker out. Because, by the way, if you want to tag me next year, the tag for this year is 41. Tags go up about 10%. So the tag on me next year is going to be 45. And by the way, that's inflexible. Inflexible. You can't massage that with bonus money or what have you. Boom.
Yeah, and I just offered you 5 at 45. So good luck.
Right. And I'm just telling you, it's not enough.
Miller and Moulton. Hopefully, good enough for you. If not, we'll keep trying on the other side. Thanks for listening.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Including the dog, Lucifer.
Got to be carbon monoxide, right?
Why don't you think the poll question should be there? They don't suspect any foul play.
Right.
I've seen. I mean, thank you for posting the story. We've seen it. We've talked about it.
Right.
We've done 2 segments on it. There's no foul place expected.
Yeah. All right. So, I mean, one would assume it's carbon monoxide poisoning, but
So why shouldn't we do the poll question?
he lived to be 95.
Alex is on.
Wow. Despicable D went there.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
At 22 minutes till the top of the hour, that's when Ryan Dunleavy will join us to talk a little Giants. And, you know, they're a candidate for Abdul Carter. They're also a candidate to acquire a quarterback one way or another. Ryan and all our guests will be joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. And that's where Alejandro Solana joins us right now. He's a busy guy, does play-by-play for FIU. He's executive producer of the Hockman and Crowder afternoon show on QAM in Miami. And he's also part of the Heat Radio Network doing pregame and postgame. You can follow Alejandro on X at Alex M. Solano, Solana. Easy for me to say. Alejandro, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm doing a lot better. The Heat finally got a win yesterday, so easy to wake up today.
Well, I said it yesterday when we were signing off. I thought it was a really big game for the Heat because I thought the Heat should have been able to beat Atlanta up in Atlanta the last time they played. They just got done playing Detroit in that game that was in the 140s, back-to-back games, and the Heat go lay an egg in that one. So I thought it was important for the Heat last night to respond. Not only did they respond with the win, but one of their best offensive performances in quite a while.
It might have been the best offensive performance of the season. You're right. Look, I know, fans are frustrated with the team right now, and it's silly when the Heat are looking at another inevitable play-in tournament for the third straight season, and they were the 9 seed yesterday. It almost seems silly to go into a game against the Atlanta Hawks, who are the 8 seed, who also are inevitably going to be in the play-in tournament, to say, well, this is a big game. But the reality is, if the Heat had any opportunity to get out of the play-in tournament, to try to catch Detroit, who won their 8th straight game yesterday, all of a sudden the Detroit Pistons are good at basketball. I don't know what the hell is happening in this world anymore. It had to start yesterday. 9 of 10, starting with yesterday's game, we're going to be at home. 18 of their final 26 going into yesterday, we're going to be at home. The Heat's next couple games, Pacers on Friday, Knicks Sunday, and then you kind of look down the schedule. They haven't even played Memphis yet. I mean, they have some tough games coming up. If you can't beat the Hawks at home after you held them under 100 points, but you just shot the worst shooting performance maybe of the season in Atlanta the other day, my whole spiel going into the pregame show was, if it's not today, if it's not now, then it's never, right? So I think yesterday the Heat had to respond. They had to have a good offensive performance, and the depth had to show up yesterday, and it did. All those things happened. The Heat had the second most points in a game this season. They had the best shooting percentage from the floor and from three of the season yesterday. They had the second most assists in a game in a season yesterday. They might have had their best offensive performance of the season yesterday in a game they absolutely needed to.
If I'm a Heat fan and I call into you after a win or a loss, and I just ask you point blank, Alejandro, is this team worth my time? All right. I'm busy. Like the team a couple years ago, I could have envisioned them going on a run, not necessarily to the finals, but I thought something was possible with who we had. If I call in now, is this team worth my time the rest of the year?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fair. Look, is this team going to win a title? No. I feel pretty comfortable saying that. And, you're going to have the most optimistic of optimistic Heat fans going, well, Solana, nobody thought they were going to the NBA Finals in 2023. I'm like, all right, fine. I mean, I guess you got me there. But that was one of the most improbable runs ever in the history of sports to get to the NBA Finals as that 8th seed. It just seems so unlikely. If the Heat are a play-in team, again, they're going to have to go through whether it's the Celtics or the Cavaliers in the first round. Like, it just doesn't seem possible. I don't think this team is talented enough to go on that kind of run. But here's what I would say. Like, if I was selling you on the rest of the season, because you're seeing this a lot, right? Especially after the loss to Atlanta the other day, you're seeing this a lot where Heat fans are saying, why not tank? Why not tank the rest of the way? Why not shut down Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo? Why not try to get, 2 first-round picks with Golden State looking like they're going to make the playoffs, and that's not going to be a top 10 pick. You're going to get theirs. And if the Heat miss the playoffs this year, then they keep their first-round pick for this year as well. And, well, at the very least, you get lucky and that lottery ball falls. You get Cooper Flag. Like, the Heat aren't going to do that. They're just not going to do that. So we know that, right? That's just not the way that Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley operate. So here's what I would tell you. Is it worth your time? Well, you have guys like Jaime Jaquez Jr., who yesterday didn't really get on the floor again. You have guys like now Andrew Wiggins. You have guys like Khalil Ware. You have guys like Jaime Jaquez Jr. when he returns from injury. You have young guys that you want to see what they have, right? You want to see what they're about. You want to see their growth, and you want to see them given an opportunity in a playoff series, play meaningful minutes. That way, next year, ahead of the big offseason of 2026, when Riley and Spo and Andy Ellsberg and the Heat front office are kind of starting to decide, who are we going to trade for that next big whale? What asset are we cool with trading, keeping? They know for sure. And I think those guys at least getting a playoff series, or who knows, maybe 2, if the Heat are able to get to that 6th seed and play the Knicks or play the Pacers, that seems like a much more friendlier matchup for Miami. At the very least, you'll know then, right? Like, yes, we're cool with getting rid of Khalil Ware if it means landing Kevin Durant. We're cool with giving up Khalil Ware or Niko Jovic or Jaime Jaquez Jr. if it lands a ex-player. But if you don't get into a playoff series, you just don't know.
Obviously, you brought up Durant, which most people think he's leaving the Suns at the end of the year. But in order to get the new alpha for the Heat, what will they have to give up? I mean, is this a scenario that Tyler Hero doesn't stay with the Heat, or is he part of their long-term plans?
I think right now, Tyler Hero's part of their long-term plan. I saw Brian Windhorst yesterday from ESPN. He was pretty much flat out saying, like, yeah, I mean, everybody knows Kevin Durant is fully aware he's getting traded next season. Kevin Durant had some comments about his next team yesterday as well. Like, it seems like just 100% foregone conclusion. Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns will have a friendly termination and divorce at the end of this season. To get Kevin Durant, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it would take. I know that the Heat certainly were in talks with them right before the trade deadline, before they pulled the trigger on the Andrew Wiggins trade. And from what I understand, from what I was told, this was a situation the Heat it was a no-win situation for them. They were going to have to give up pretty much everybody. It wasn't just, the young guys and Jimmy Butler and a couple first-round picks. It was, hey, why don't you throw in Tyler Hero too? Hey, why don't you throw in Pat Riley too? Why don't you throw in the entire Kaseya Center as well? So, yeah, the whole it just didn't make sense for Kevin Durant at the time because, again, Miami, whether or not fans agree with it, it's a very divisive, approach down here. But this front office and Spo still want to compete, and they felt like Andrew Wiggins, at the very least, gives them that opportunity to go out there and win games. And again, they still have 25 games to try to prove that was the right decision. Here's what I would say: if you can put Bam Adebayo and Kevin Durant on the floor together for a season, even if it's 1 year next season, then I think you pretty much do whatever it is you have to do, because you're just looking around the league right now. You're looking around the East, and you're saying, hey, you love the youth, you love the flexibility of 2026, that offseason. But if you want to compete, you want to win an NBA title, you need talent, you need a superstar, you need somebody who can score. And that's Kevin Durant. So I think if there's an opportunity, the Heat should look to do whatever it is outside of trading Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero to go get Kevin Durant. And if I'm KD, I'm sure the Phoenix Suns are saying, well, Oklahoma City can offer us more, and maybe Golden State can offer us more. And there's a lot of teams with a lot of cap space and a lot of young prospects and a lot more assets, tradable assets than Miami. But if I'm Kevin Durant, I'm telling them, hey, this experiment sucked. This experiment failed. You guys failed to put a title contender around me. Do right by me. And if I'm Kevin Durant, I'm trying to go back to the Eastern Conference. He's had interest in Miami. We know that. I think it's a perfect fit for KD for his last stop in search of an NBA title.
He'll be 37 before opening day next year. I mean, what are you prepared to give up for a 1 to 2 year rental? I know he can score 25 plus a game on any night. He's averaging 27 a game now. But it's easy to average 27 a game now, for goodness sakes. I mean, all they do is shoot the three ball, and he's an elite shooter. I mean, are you sure that he's the right guy for the Heat to go after?
Well, I'm not saying he's the best guy. Like
no, I know.
Right. If we had a draft today, I mean, I
right.
There's a couple other guys that I would pick. But look, here's what I would say: 27 in the NBA. You're right. A lot of guys can score 27 in the NBA, but it's not just 27, right? It's 54% shooting from the field or 53% shooting from the field. I think even this year, if I remember correctly, he's shooting 39.5% from three on 5.5 attempts. I mean, he's one of the greatest scorers ever in the history of the NBA.
He is.
And if you compare Bam Adebayo with Kevin Durant, I think you have legitimately one of the best duos in the league. Obviously, you have to fill out the rest of the roster. Now you keep Tyler Hero. I mean, if you told me right now you swap Andrew Wiggins with Kevin Durant, I think we would all agree. I mean, that this team would be a title contender. So, I just think that's the difference. You're right. At 37 years old, even if it's a 1 year rental, which his contract would take him through just one more offseason, that 2026 offseason, which is what the Heat are prioritizing, then it kind of seems to work in every possible scenario. You keep the flexibility for 2026. You get the superstar that you wanted, and you don't have to really necessarily rely on him to be, 82 night in, night out, 30-point scorer. You just need him to come in. At this point, the Heat scored 86 points in a game the other day. You'll take 25 from a 37-year-old for a year.
And he's shooting now over 40% from three. He is still an elite, a historically great shooter, Kevin Durant. Alejandro Solana, part of the Heat Radio Network. He's back at work for the Heat tomorrow night. They host the Pacers tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Alejandro, thanks for your time and your insight. We appreciate it. We know you wear a lot of hats. Just stay healthy. Good luck.
Yeah, busy month coming up, guys. I'm bunking with Bernie at the Kaseya Center, so if you need me, you know where to find me. Thanks, guys.
Will do. Alejandro Solana. Follow him on X, Alex, the letter M, Solana, Solana.
I respectfully disagree.
that adding Durant to that team instead of Wiggins makes them a title contender. I don't know if it makes them much better than the fourth best team in the East.
I don't know how you're going to get them. Also,
I don't either, but I'm leaving that out.
Right.
Hero, Adebayo, Durant. Is that better than the Knicks?
Well, I don't think it is, no.
Is it better than the Cavs?
Now, I'll say this, though. Miami's convinced if they get in the area code of the Knicks, they're convinced they'll beat the Knicks.
Okay.
So,
better than the Cavs?
Well, no. No. But then again, they went to the finals 2 years ago, and they didn't have home court in any of those series. They do believe in their culture and their way, and no, I don't see it, but I mean, hell, if they can, I just don't know how they get them for a 1-year rental and don't break up whatever they think the young core of their team is.
Let me ask you a completely different question, because I was looking to see who the Heat played and I had it in front of me, and they, like you mentioned, have the night off. You can go to one game tonight. They're both in Florida.
Ooh.
They both start at 7.
Okay.
One is the Edmonton Oilers at the Florida Panthers. The other is Golden State at Orlando.
Yeah, it's a rematch of the Stanley Cup final. I'm going.
Yeah, I know, but Steph, there's not many times left.
No, I know that.
And that's...
I know that. But like Connor McDavid, they come by once a year, although in theory, McDavid's got to play both the Lightning and the Panthers, so you get 2 cracks at them. But since it's a Stanley Cup Finals rematch, also Edmonton's lost 4 in a row. This is kind of one of those regular season games that actually means a little more. Like, tell me the Oilers didn't know when this road trip started who they were playing Thursday night.
Well, and they got whooped by the Lightning 2 nights ago.
Well, I think I said it to you
You said it off air. McDavid has not been playing well lately.
He scored a big goal a week ago tonight, but his last 5 games with Edmonton, he's only got 1 point 5-on-5. He has 2 assists on the power play, 1 assist 5-on-5. In the last 5 games, he's minus 12. Power play goals don't count either way. He's minus 12 even strength in 5 games. I didn't think that was possible.
I'm right there with you.
It shows how much he and they are struggling. But last time they played the Panthers in this building, the cup was in the arena, and they lost a heartbreaker. It's funny how the Canadian media are like giving Edmonton a wash. Miller and Moulton.
Racing like you've never seen before. From Jeeps that bog down to the outlaw who will defend his title. At the final race of the season, we're going Swamp Buggy Racing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the Bud Cup Finals for the World Championship. Tickets including VIP tour and kids prices are available at swampbuggy.com. Don't miss the season final. It's Florida's oldest racing tradition. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park off exit 101 in Naples. Get tickets at swampbuggy.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, we do the draft show live, in which as we're going, but the other thing is, do you allow trades? Or do you just want us to, pick the 32, assuming there are no trades, which obviously is not realistic?
Ryan is on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton and the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A reminder, our Swamp Monkey Races poll question. Gene Hackman passed yesterday at the age of 95. We're asking, of these four movies, which one of these four is your favorite? Hoosiers, Miracle,
Rocky, and Remember the Titans.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. He covers the NFL for a living, and he does so for the New York Post. He's Ryan Dunleavy. You can follow him on X at RY Dunleavy, RY Dunleavy. Ryan, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Cast my vote for Miracle, guys.
Yes, me too. All right.
Makes it unanimous on this show.
I like it. All right. Before we get to Stafford and the Giants and whatever else, this Abdul Carter news. I don't know if I have a top 5 pick if I can take him now. Am I overreacting?
In the moment, yes, right? So now teams are going to have to do a big part of the combine is the medicals. They all share the same medical information here. So you're going to want your experts to review that. Then you're going to want to bring him into your facility to get your own examination on him. In the moment, yes, because I believe Adam Schefter was the one who broke that news, and he said 8 weeks. Assuming that came from his side, which is usually where that stuff comes from, especially since he's not on a team yet. You always get the optimistic end of the spectrum when players can't tell you injury information. But if it's 8 weeks, what if it's 12? What if it's 16? Like, I'm not picking a guy who could wreck games for 5 years because of 16 weeks or whatever. Yeah. But if it's something that's like, oh, this could linger for the rest of his career, then I'm certainly not picking a top 5. So I'm not a doctor. I'm not an expert, but by all means, if it's something we're talking about, oh, he might be out until training camp this year. Well, who cares if he misses his rookie off-season program, if he's putting up 17 sacks in 2028. But if there's a long-term concern, then yes, that would scare me off.
All right. Matthew Stafford has been given permission to seek a trade. There was rumors he was in Montana talking with Tom Brady. I know the Raiders are interested. The Giants are interested. Why would the Giants do this in your estimation? How quickly does it turn them around if they were to get Matthew Stafford?
Well, it makes them relevant. So that's the conversations I'm having out here in Indianapolis are like, people get why the Giants would do it. I mean, they were a 3-14 team who didn't fire their head coach or GM after 3 seasons. So those guys are obviously on the hottest seats in the NFL entering next year. They've been completely irrelevant for like 8 of the last 10 NFL seasons. Does it turn them around as like, hey, they're a Super Bowl contender? No. I mean, they're a long way from a Super Bowl contender with the roster they have. But does it allow them to play meaningful games late in the season, which is something they haven't done in a long time around here? Like, yeah, it does. I think that he puts them in the 7-8, win kind of category upside, and then you're playing meaningful games. And who knows, in 3 weeks, if you go on a spending spree and you had DJ Reed and at corner and a good defensive tackle and a good guard, well, then maybe you can get to 9 wins. And so what I think he does is he makes them relevant, which they haven't been in a long time.
How complicated, from what your sources are telling you, is a potential deal? Like, do you have to give him a $50 million a year extension? What is it the Rams are looking for? Do the Giants have to give up pick 34, or can they do a bunch of pick swaps where they let the Rams move up to 34, but they move down in the second round? They let the Rams move up to the early third round pick, first pick of the third round. They move down to where the Rams are. How much do the Giants have to give up financially and in draft capital from what your sources are telling you?
Okay, so look, to be clear, I don't know exactly what the Rams are asking for or exactly what the Giants are offering. What I do know is from talking to people in other teams, like what they think the price would be from their gauge of the quarterback market. And the sense is around the league that the Giants would absolutely have to give up 34. That 3 would be the third overall pick is a complete non-starter. That the trade you would use, because this is how trades get made in this league, guys, I'm sure you know, is like they look at the last comparable trade and they try to figure out what factors. So Aaron Rodgers got traded a couple years ago to the Jets for a conditional first-round pick, which became a second-round pick when he got injured and didn't meet the playing time criteria, a second-round pick, and a pick swap of 13 overall and 15 overall. So what ended up happening was, so how that compares is the Giants are not going to pick swap. They're not going to go from 3 to wherever the 27, wherever the Rams are. So that won't be part of it. But like, could a conditional first round draft pick be part of it? Probably not, except the Jets were really the only ones trading for Aaron Rodgers. They were almost bidding against themselves. It seems like the Raiders are going to push the Giants here. So 34 would absolutely be part of it. You might be talking 2 seconds. You might be talking a second and a conditional second, something like that. The idea that the Giants are going to steal him for a 4th round pick, even though they will have to pay him more than $50 million per year, I think that's crazy. I think if you're trying to get him on the cheap, the Raiders are just going to get him on the cheap because they have a roster in a similar place. Plus, they can offer Pete Carroll and a 45-minute plane ride from his home in LA to Vegas.
Just curious, the combine, I know why the medicals are important. I know why the interview is important. With so many players opting out of the skills part of it, is the combine really necessary anymore?
It's not for the top player. For the no doubt slam dunk first rounder, no. Because even the interviews, those are kind of formulaic for those guys. They say the same things. They're so well prepped. It's only 15, 20 minutes. So no, I honestly don't think that's a good question. I don't think for the Travis Hunters or the Shador Sanders, the Mason Grahams, no, I don't think they is necessary. It is very necessary for anybody who is, well, first of all, even for those guys, it's necessary from the medical standpoint, going back to your Abdul Carter question. And then on field and interview wise, it's important for anybody who's not one of those top 10 players. This is where we see, especially a cornerback and receiver, this is where we see the guy jump from, he's a late day 2 pick into the first round. Xavier Worthy being a great example last year. No one thought he was a first round pick. Then he set the NFL combine record for the fastest 40-yard dash. All of a sudden, he's in every first-round mock draft. All of a sudden, everybody's like, this is the perfect guy for the Chiefs. Sure enough, goes to the Chiefs, 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl and a good rookie year. So this is where the 2nd or 3rd round pick becomes a late first rounder. The undrafted guy becomes a 3rd or 4th rounder. This is where you can really shine if you're one of those guys with your character in meetings, your intelligence on the board in meetings, and your speed if you're one of the receiver or corner on this field, or your power if you're a big guy.
He covers the NFL for the New York Post. He's Ryan Dunleavy. You can follow him on X, RY Dunleavy, RY Dunleavy. Why are the Jets not pursuing Stafford? I mean, their roster has talent. I mean, if Matthew Stafford joined their team, now they've got a couple free agents that are grumbling, but I mean, Ryan, you know what I'm getting at here. They don't have a quarterback either, and they've got some talent. Why are they not kicking the Stafford tires?
It's actually a great question. I don't know that they could afford him cap-wise without doing some things. Their contract preference is to get some young core pieces locked up, whether that's Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall, Sauce Gardner. So their focus is elsewhere. Every time Aaron Glenn talks, he says, win now, win now, win now, win now, win now. So, like, he's not making it sound like, toss 2025 away. And if you're not tossing 2025 away, the best quarterback who can help you win games right now is Matthew Stafford. And you're right. Like I said, what did I say? The Giants ceiling was like 7, 8. With Matthew Stafford, the Jets are a 9 or 10 win team. if all goes well. I thought they were that with Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, it didn't go well. The change in coaching staff could be worth a few wins there alone. So, yeah, on the surface, I think it makes total sense, especially if Glenn is going to preach this win now attitude and they have the better roster of the two New York teams by leaps and bounds. But it just seems like they don't want a quarterback-centric program, if that makes sense. They don't want a situation where all eyes are on the quarterback, and that would certainly be what happens if you trade for Matthew Stafford. I think Aaron Glenn saw with the Lions that you can do it the other way, where you build up a really good team and then you add your quarterback. It's certainly one way to do it. I just think Jared Goff going from recycled extra part in this league to MVP candidate is an extremely rare situation that is going to be very hard for Aaron Glenn to duplicate.
Ryan, we have about 30 seconds. When you talk to your sources at the Combine, do they incredulously say, why the hell are the Rams trying to trade him? They're a Super Bowl contender with him.
Yes. Yeah. It's clear why the Giants want him. Save jobs, keep Malik Neighbors happy. No one knows exactly why the Rams would trade him, especially with a young roster that can afford him and Super Bowl aspirations. And no one knows why Stafford would want to join a 3-win team. But stranger things have happened.
That's true. Ryan, safe travels. We really appreciate your time. Good luck at the Combine.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Ryan Dunleavy covers the NFL for the New York Post. Follow him on X at RY Dunleavy. Ryan and all our guests on today's show, and we've had quite a few, joined us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Adam Schefter just posted on X mere minutes ago that doctors told Penn State defensive end and projected #1 pick Abdul Carter that after further scans on his right foot, surgery is not advisable. Carter will work out at his pro day March 28th at Penn State.
Okay, which I believe is 4 weeks tomorrow, March 28th.
Yep, it is.
So, all right. Now that changes things. Now for the guy here who was scared a couple hours ago, now I'm trading for Stafford and I'm drafting Abdul Carter. That's what I'm doing with the 3rd overall pick.
I'm just trying to figure out why Matthew Stafford wants to play for the New York Giants.
And not want to play for the Rams. Could we get that answer first? I mean,
would love it, David. Would absolutely love it. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies for nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Who was it who asked about the Cowboys? If I'm Dallas, I have to go best lineman. Who's available?
Best lineman, or where's the best receiver going to be when they pick also? And I'm with you on the line, David, but they need a 2 for CD.
They do. I wonder if I can get them in the second round or what have you. There are those like CBSSports.com who insists that if Genty from Boise State's on the board at 12, Jerry's taking him. You know, I know the Broncos would love for Genty to fall to them at, 20? But
I don't think he'll be there at 20.
I don't either. I think he gets past the Cowboys, though, at 12. But I think then Denver's got to move up. Yeah, well, let's see. I don't have the draft order memorized, so let's see.
I've got it in front of me. Who are you looking for?
Well, who's a likely candidate for Denver to I got to be honest. If I'm the Dolphins, you could trade up to 13 with me. I need picks. I need bodies. I mean, is there an offensive lineman on the board at 13 that you absolutely positively can't turn down and afford to trade down?
That guard that everybody's associating with the Dolphins, that's the only, and I don't know.
I know that, but
I'm just,
no, I know. I know, but I mean, I can't trade down 7 spots because of a guard. I mean, he better be Alan Faneca. I mean, I'll be honest. If I'm Dallas, I'd do a deal with Denver. I think I'd move down. Mark, if you're Dallas, if you can get Igbuka, the wide receiver from Ohio State, trading down from 12 to 20, would you do it?
Yeah.
Now, it's a risk. You don't know if you can get him. But especially with 3 teams drafting ahead of you who are all going to lose wide receivers in the offseason. But boy, I keep seeing Tyler Warren to the Colts at 14.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. A pick or two all coming up. Pat Kerwin will join us on the show tomorrow. He's been talking to people since Tuesday at the Combine. We'll get his thoughts on who he's talked to, what he's hearing, and why. Would you give up the 34th pick, by the way? My understanding is the Giants at the 3rd pick of the 1st round, 2nd pick of the 2nd round, 1st pick of the 3rd round.
That's exactly right, David.
If you're the Giants, would you give up 34 for Stafford?
Man,
I mean, that's a minimum requirement. The Rams are
no. I know.
Deal.
For the life of me, I don't see in the next 2 years what it gets the Giants.
Being decent. All right. They just went 3-14 in their 100th season, in which it was supposed to be a big year of celebration. It was a humiliating year. All right. They got to get decent again. Look at the turnaround Washington had in a year. I think the Giants need to, they need to get to decent. Now, I think they're over.
I'm not opposed to trading picks for a quarterback. You know that, David.
Right.
I've learned over the years the hit-miss rate on the NFL draft. I'm trying to figure out the Giants going from 3 wins to 7 wins with Matthew Stafford. That's enough? Okay. Knock yourself out, guys.
Now, I do think the Giants think that it would be more. I do. And they could be wrong, but I think it would be the Giants think that they'd be able to challenge what they did 2 years ago when they had 9 wins and a tie. I will say, Mark, I'm more willing to do it with an NFC team.
I agree with that.
That the NFC is much more doable than the
AFC. The Raiders or the Steelers. And speaking of Stafford and the Raiders, did you catch this story? Because the whole thing was reported yesterday that they met in Montana. Right. And then it was basically that didn't happen.
Well, yeah, Brady came out and said that didn't happen.
But what's more fun is that apparently the reporter who initially said this was Jordan Schultz. He's a Fox Sports reporter, and Ian Rappaport. And apparently Schultz reported that Brady met with Stafford in Montana. Rappaport followed the report by insisting the meeting was unplanned, had little to do with Brady. Okay, great. Whatever happened, happened. The two reporters got into a verbal confrontation at the Starbucks at the JW Marriott in Indianapolis.
Come on, guys. It's not that important.
Schultz confronted Rappaport. According to witnesses, Schultz told Rappaport they needed to talk. Rappaport said they had nothing to discuss. The part that's interesting is that Rappaport felt concerned enough that he called NFL security.
Whoa. Snap.
So now NFL security will do an investigation. I don't know what will come of it, but I know we have, Mahomes' dad fighting John Rocker in one of those rough and rowdy barstool things. Maybe we can get Schultz and Rappaport to put the gloves on for charity and get after it.
It turned out, though, that whole Rocker thing was staged.
Right, because of the rough and rowdy fight that they're going to do.
Right. You got to lighten up. I mean...
That's rich, David. Now, I am being serious here. You of all people.
Yep.
And I'm not going to defend either reporter because I know how I would have acted.
Uh-huh.
David, you do a report.
Yep.
I come out and say your report's trash.
Uh-huh.
We see each other.
Right.
Not at Starbucks because there's no way I'd ever see you there.
Exactly.
We see each other at the food court
by
the McDonald's. That'd be a much more likely place where I'd run into you.
Right.
hoping there's a taco truck nearby or somewhere I can eat. You wouldn't say anything to me?
Probably not.
Oh, David.
In
you
all my
almost
years,
fought Buddy
Mark,
Ryan, for crying out loud.
Well, hold on a second. All right. That was very different. We waited around all day in 90+ degree heat. And by all day, I mean 10 hours. All day we waited around. We were promised an interview. I'm a Cub reporter, and I know I can't come back without Buddy Ryan. All right. Because we got there 5 minutes late. And by 5 minutes late, we got there at 10 to 8 in the morning, and it was a 3-hour drive. Okay, but apparently he decided to do his media before the morning session, and that's when they did 2-a-days. Okay, but I was promised he would talk to me, and then he cursed during every answer so that I couldn't use his answers, and he knew exactly what he was doing. So yes, I walked away from Buddy Ryan. He cursed at me. I cursed back at him, but I did not start it, for the record. He did. In all my years, I did 20 years of local television. In all my years, I don't recall ever confronting an anchor or reporter from a competitor. In fact, I always laughed at the whole competitor thing. I'm like, come on, guys, we have the exact same lives. We're covering the same stories in whatever market we're in. We work the same hours. I don't understand why we all can't go out and have a beer afterwards, honestly. And it didn't matter if I was working for the number ones. I had beers in Binghamton, okay, with Rob Powers, who went on to have a much better career than me, by the way, in New York and Cleveland. Okay, and Rob Powers was working for the number 2 station in Binghamton, and my rating was a 63 and his was an 8. I don't care. Didn't care.
I would think more, not so the TV side, the newspaper side, when you were doing columns and you actually did a little reporting, but
no.
Okay. All right. I'll take your word for it.
Well, because also, Mark, you know me, I'm self-assured for as much that I'm not self-assured, and I don't think anything I do is good. I know when I'm right and I know when I'm wrong. I think I'm pretty good at that. And I think I can quickly come to the determination that, oh, wow, I screwed this up. So I don't remember ever being confrontational because, like, let's just say we were competitors and you're like, Moulton, you're wrong. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. We'll see. And that's it. Okay. And I know you wrote what you wrote and I wrote what I wrote. You know, and maybe you referred to me being a fool in your column. Maybe you didn't. I'm fine with that.
But not just the players getting ready to perform.
I know. I know. My goodness. Now, I will say there was one time with Stan and Haney in Southwest Florida. They got personal with me, and I lost it. And that was real. That was real. All right. That affected our relationship. We were never friends again. I did their show, but that ended our friendship. Okay. That's the only time that I've ever been bent out of shape.
Miller and Moulton trying to keep you not bent out of shape about the sports world, talking a little combine today, specifically about the Giants. Matthew Stafford being rumored to be traded. The Giants, one of the teams, the leader. I'm waiting for Pittsburgh to swoop in on this one, though. I really am. I'm wondering if Pittsburgh's sitting there going, get your best offer, come to us.
What are they drafting? 21? So I mean that they're giving up a lot of slots in the second round to both the Raiders and the Giants there. They'd have to, they might have to give them what, Pickens? I mean, seriously, they might have to give up a player of real value to be able to pull this off. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts and a pick or two next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I can't get CBS and SiriusXM to send me a W-2. Been trying to do my taxes. It's like, what the hell?
I mean, not to be a dink, it's by law, they have to give them to you by the 31st of January.
That's what I thought.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Final segment in the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this final Thursday of February. Pat Kerwin will join us on the show tomorrow. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, one of our final Swamp Buggy Races poll question, because, well, their final race of the year is Sunday. Go to swampbuggy.com, get your tickets, swampbuggy.com. But vote, because we're asking you, of these 4 terrific sports movies, which one is your favorite? Rocky, Hoosiers, Miracle, Remember the Titans.
Close voting. Rocky, who has held the lead throughout the show, now just a mere 2.3 percentage points ahead of both Remember the Titans and Hoosiers. Miracle is coming in last.
Wow.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Down to the final 2 Swamp Buggy Races poll questions, and then it will need a new sponsor beginning Monday. This is the time when I tell you to text sponsor to 21,000 for an opportunity to sponsor this wonderful segment on Miller and Moulton.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Start living your best. Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call them today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 or GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off. Today in 1827, David, a group of masked and costumed students danced through the streets of New Orleans, marking the beginning of the city's famous Mardi Gras celebrations.
Nice.
1860, Abraham Lincoln makes a speech at Cooper Union in the city of New York that is largely responsible for his election to the presidency. Today in 1922, the Supreme Court unanimously upholds the 19th Amendment. That's the women's right to vote. I never knew that went to a Supreme Court decision, David. Today in 1960, we beat the Russians. That's right. The U.S. hockey team beats the Russians 3-2 en route to a gold medal. Last cut on that 1960 team was Herb Brooks. Today in 1968, for those of you old enough to remember, of course, neither David and I are, but on CBS, Walter Cronkite delivers a scathing editorial on America's chances of winning the Vietnam War. 1971, 3 months after dying from a heroin overdose, Janis Joplin's album Pearl hits #1 in the U.S., where it would stay for 9 weeks. 1974, People magazine begins sales. 1980, Michael Jackson wins his first Grammy, an R&B performance for Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. 1981, Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder record Ebony and Ivory. While it's a great song, all I remember is Joe Piscopo and Eddie Murphy. Piscopo is Sinatra, Eddie Murphy is Stevie Wonder. Go look it up on YouTube.
Hysterical. There's no way they've done 10 bits in the history of that show funnier than that one.
When I think of Ivory, I think of a soap that floats. 1982, Earl Anthony becomes the first pro bowler to win more than $1 million. Gene Saracen, John Steinbeck, Johnny Pesky, and Elizabeth Taylor would have all celebrated birthdays today. Joanne Woodward is 95. Raymond Berry, Hall of Famer, Pro Football Hall of Famer, is 92. Ralph Nader is 91. I don't ever recall a time that we had 3 people in their 90s still kicking, David.
I know.
Guitarist Neil Sean is 71. James Worthy is 64. Jockey Kent DeSormo, 55. Thank you for all the money you've made.
I was going to say, and just a moment between Miller and Moulton, if we could have, for Kent DeSormo.
And we thank you. Deuce Staley is 50, Tony Gonzalez 49, and Josh Groban is 44. What did I miss, David?
Got to admit, Tony Gonzalez, one of those guys, you find out how old he is and you look at him and you go, you're just too good looking. You look too damn good. You know that? Could you show some age?
Absolutely. And I feel like I haven't aged like other people. And I look at Tony Gonzalez and go, damn.
Right. Damn, that's a good looking dude right there. Damn, you look good. Every year in November when Aikman has his birthday, I just look at him and I go, you suck. You mentioned the Grammys in 1980. So Michael Jackson wins his first solo Grammy, right?
Yes.
In 1980. It was the last Grammy given to Best Disco Recording. 1980. And Gloria Gaynor's I Will Survive won it. So I don't know for how many years they gave a Best Disco Recording. I probably should have known that. Okay. Apparently, oh my goodness, apparently it's the only one they ever gave. Apparently they gave away one Best Disco Recording. And it was in 1980 when disco ended at Comiskey Park in July of 79, right?
Grammys have always been a little behind. They really and truly have. Took them forever to recognize hard rock. Took them forever to recognize our, hip hop music. So I'm not surprised.
So there you go.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
This is a great good. It really should be the great, the bad, and the ugly today. We go to Naples for the good, where Jay Shawnick, the 26-year-old from Fort Myers, who gained national attention for documenting his battle with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma on social media. Well, on Tuesday afternoon, he rang the bell at NCH, marking the end of his chemo, and he is officially cancer-free.
Good deal.
For the bad, we go to Bonita Springs, where Adam Naylor, a 42-year-old, went on a little crime spree. He decided to rob someone of their van. He pulled his carjacking at the Holiday Inn Express on Crown Lake Boulevard. After a physical altercation, he stole the vehicle and sped away. Lee County Sheriff's Office received a call shortly thereafter, reporting that a car that matched the description of the stolen vehicle had crashed into Smash Fitness.
Deputies searched the area with multiple canine units before finding Naylor hiding inside the Smash Fitness. He was drunk, so not only did he get the carjacking, he added a DUI to the list along with property damage and leaving the scene of a crash. Finally, the ugly. What a treat. We go to Volusia County, Florida, where 18-year-old Evelina Fabianski is quite a treat. You see, she broke up with her boyfriend, or her boyfriend broke up with her, and apparently he owed her some money. So she went over to abuse his car, brought a 16-year-old friend with her, and they were spray painting his vehicle and throwing eggs at it. One problem, David.
Right.
Wrong car.
Yep. Here we go.
Car belonged to the neighbor, not the ex-boyfriend. She did around $5,000 damage to the car from the misunderstanding that will end up with her having a criminal record. And that is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. CapeCops.com. Like the Swamp Buggy races, they had an allotment of dollars to spend for this deal. It's over this week. So we want to thank the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to CapeCops.com, that great sign-on bonus for new officers. Other jobs available with the Cape Coral Police Department. All information at CapeCops.com. But it lets you know, come Monday, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly need a new sponsor.
So along the lines of that Good, Bad, and Ugly story where they had the wrong car, did you see, I think it was overseas. I don't know if it was Great Britain or it was Australia, but sometimes they show you just some terrific commercials. So they're at a bar and there's two guys sitting at tables. They're both sitting alone. And the one guy, you walk into the bar and you come face to face with the first guy. The other guy's seated about 8 feet behind him. And so this disgruntled wife walks into the bar and she sees this guy at the table. She grabs his drink and she throws it in his face and says, "Harry, how could you?" And Harry's the guy sitting behind him, 6 to 8 feet. And he goes, "Honey, I'm right over here." And she got him good too. It was a big thing of drink and what have you. And it's an ad for you need new glasses. So that's what I thought of. New car? Wait, what do you mean we have the wrong car? So we have 12 NHL games tonight, which makes sense. We only had 3 last night. Both the Lightning and Panthers are at home. Key games, Lightning, first off, 6-game winning streak, 7-0-1 in the last 8. And they're hosting Calgary, who's fighting desperately for the final playoff spot out west. I think they're a point back. Meanwhile, it's a Stanley Cup Finals rematch at Sunrise. Florida hosting Edmonton. It's a pick'em, basically. It's basically a pick'em. Edmonton's even, Florida's minus 120. Total 6.5, which is high for hockey. Most over-unders in hockey are 5.5. So, otherwise, probably, Mark, the game you're all jacked up about. Columbus at Detroit. Probably.
Can't wait. So excited. My wife's going to the theater tonight. My daughter will be at gymnastics. I will be home alone. Thrilled to be watching Detroit and Columbus. It's a great night, folks. A great night.
That people have not said those words maybe ever.
No.
All right. In Detroit or Columbus, never mind in Southwest Florida. So NBA tonight, we've got a modest schedule, 5 games. I believe only one is nationally televised. It's Denver at Milwaukee. That's at 8 o'clock on TNT. Magic are home for the Warriors. NBA TV has T-Wolves Lakers at 10:30. LeBron's playing. It's got to be televised somewhere.
Yes, it actually does. Based
Yeah.
on the numbers, David, I actually agree with that statement.
Totally. I think NBA TV's thrilled. They're like, wait, we get to air the Lakers game? Hot
Yeah.
damn. So we have a system play tonight. St. Mary's, the class of the WCC, not Gonzaga, St. Mary's. In fact, St. Mary's has swept the Zags this year. St. Mary's is on the road at Loyola Marymount. And we're getting 13.5 with the Lions at home. Hey, Loyola's above 500. I mean, 16-win team, and we're getting 13.5 points. System so far is 5-4 on the week. Suffered a tough one last night. Suffered a loss in which, at this time of the day, it was a win. Lunch, it was a win. Dinner, it was a win. By tip, it ended up being a half-point loss.
Those are the breaks. We got a win of another one that went from 3.5 to 2.5 or whatever, late 2.5 to 3.5, and we got a cover out of it.
Yep.
So you take the good with the bad.
Yep. We're -1 on the half-point wins or losses so far. So, win some, lose some. We lost one last night. So there you go. System's about 55% on the year. 55, 56%, right around there.
They're already playing golf on the other coast as they've started the tournament in Palm Beach today.
Spieth is playing, I think, this week, first time ever he's played in this event. Because isn't this the Palm Beach event?
It is. New sponsor. It was the Honda Forever. Now it's
right.
the Cognizant Classic or something like that.
And he's never played in it before. And he's playing this week.
Another course he can hit it all over the map on. We'll see if he makes the cut.
Miller and Moulton. Have a great rest of your Thursday. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Thanks for listening. MillerandMoulton.com.
A showdown in the swamp. The final race of the season. Everything's on the line at record-breaking speeds. Don't miss Swamp Buggy Racing's World Championship. The Bud Cup Final. Sunday, March 2nd at Florida Sports Park, Naples. Get tickets at SwampBuggy.com. Florida's oldest racing tradition is racing like you've never seen before in 6 categories. But Swamp Buggy Racing is always a great day of family fun with kid-friendly pricing. Sunday, March 2nd. Don't miss the World Championship. Get tickets at SwampBuggy.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton